Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Howdy, everybody. So let's jump into it for a moment while everybody else is joining. So we are going to be talking about the files. We're going to be talking about stuff that's happened at Denver's airport. We're going to even get into some Atlas stuff and explain again to the audience about how our solar system is two-dimensional. So if you are rewatching this video, you will want to skip through at times, or maybe you might want to watch the entire thing because there's going to be a lot that is said. So first, let's go through this for about 5-10 minutes. Take a look around the world, see if there's anything that's interesting. If there's not, we're going to jump on to some other stuff. Let's get at it, everybody. So, welcome to the War Deadpool show. I am your host. Let's go. All right, so let's go check some stuff. All right. I do have a lot of military that's up in the air. Got a Poseidon that's out yonder off of Orlando. Now this is common. Little sub hunter. Nothing unusual there. Let's see. Got some sea walks. Having some fun out there. Just doing some training exercise. Stretching their legs type deal. I have another Poseidon that's flying around. Let's see, wolfhounds flying back. Now, I did see these fly out the other day into the Gulf of America, and then the transponders turned off. If you're not aware of what transponders means, that's where the basically like for their GPS goes off and no one's able to see them. Now you are looking at a lot of military flights and you're like, wait a second, like they show this stuff? Yeah, they do, but it's just a scratch of the surface that is shown. Mostly what you see is a lot of training and other things that can be explained. Sometimes they're searching for things, but sometimes you do find an accidental blimp or you find a needle in a haystack. So it's pretty fun. Lots of training that's down here in Alabama. Hanscom has a lot of drones. Okay. What states are you in? So this little area in Alabama, I call it a hornet's nest. That's my own language. Someone else might. But for me, the reason being is during the daytime, you have, smaller helicopters that are up, like Dolphins. And is that Maine or Massachusetts? And then it turns into Blackhawks at night, so it's really cool. So Sean, right now we're just kind of getting warmed up. Later on we're going to get into the files. So, but that's a whole bunch of training that's down there. Blue dots on the screen represent airports that are there. If you are curious, you do have today's flights of total cancellations are at 433, with 43 that are within, into, or out of the United States. And then a total of just around the world, 20,000 flights, and 17,000 of those in America. Now, these are your typical numbers, especially with the holidays growing upon us. But it is nice to see these numbers with what took place with air traffic control. So they look like they just went right back into gear almost. So that's really great news that took place with the government shutdown. I might be the only one here, but I'll go ahead and say it. I feel that the government shutdown was like a Mandela effect, because I could have sworn that I've heard of shutdowns that lasted for a lot longer, but nope. Apparently you were sitting there being like, he's in the top 3, in the top 2, the top, and it's like, man, I really did. Good to see everybody. Thank you all for the gifts, the hearts. Patty, Kate, Marine Mom, Cat 6, Speed of Sight, and Jamie, Miss Adrian, D-Ray, Portia, Tammy. Thank you so much. Greatly do appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for the taps, the likes, as well as the shares. Do appreciate it. All right, let's see. Is there anything interesting? I will show y'all this real quick. Give me just a second. I am going to show y'all, just for a second, this is some leaked documents coming your way. So, again, leaked documents that I am about to show you. So, just hold on to the edge of your seat. Prepare what is coming. These are the files that are due to be released. This is what you're going to be seeing, and I've got a hold of them. That's right, everybody. There you go. There's your files right here, everyone. By the way, thank you, everybody, for telling me it's my happy birthday. Thank you, Kate, Speed, Cat 6, Adrian. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. So, but yep, this is your release files right here. Go ahead, take a screenshot. I know there's a lot here to read. I bet there's a lot of stunning names and a lot of stunning statements that you were not prepared for yet. But yeah, there you go. All right, let's see what else there is to discuss. What's up here in Alaska? Good old Century going up. Don't know where he's going. Don't see him doing any loops. Possibly just stretching legs there. What else do we have? Someone's going out to Hawaii. C40 Clipper. Just moving some guys. What do we have across seas? That's a drone by Greece that's sitting down yonder. Not really the yonder, but over yonder. C-17 coming out of Iraq. Did you come out of Kuwait? Are you still on the landing strip in Kuwait? Yeah, so someone... they could be getting this warmed up, ready to go, or just moving around, not sure. That's Italy's Air Force, though, in Kuwait. Let's see, what do we have up in Poland? Ooh, so Poland action that's going on right here. Don't know. I'll definitely take a look after I get done telling you what's this. So you got Ukraine over here, and then you got Poland over here. Now, what takes place sometimes is Russia gets the idea of, hey, we're going to send in a lot of drones into Ukraine and drop them, or we're going to send some missiles and drop those into Ukraine. But when they do, sometimes, and by sometimes, I mean there's probably like a dozen times that they've done this. They've flown over Ukraine's border to Poland and flew right into Poland And then Poland goes up with their Air Force and has to sit there and say, hey guys, your action is Ukraine, not Poland. And so they go back. But yeah, that's happened quite a bit. So that is one reason why you see stuff up. Now, this is NATO's, by the way, that is here. But you do see Poland stuff that comes up when those incidents are taking place. Now, one other thing that's interesting, and I don't feel like doing the playback for y'all, but there was a B-2 that was up and came out of Spain. This was about last week. You can feel free to correct me in the comments all you like. And left out of Spain and then flew up to the United Kingdom, met up with a tanker and refueled in the air, obviously. And then it flew across Denver and then went into this area that's right above Poland. This is Russia's area. And they flew around on the outside into the Baltic Sea. So then they left out of there, and I've heard rumors, I didn't go and check, but I heard that 2 of them ended up flying across Egypt and then ended up going lost. So I'm imagining that, it's somewhere over here in the Middle East, potentially. Who knows what they could be showing off or doing over there. So, but that's what has taken place there. Let's do one other check just for fun. Let's see, is there anything that's flying around in Antarctica? And you do. You have Zikida, which is, what is that, New Zealand, flying around down there. They are, yes, this is a fun location that they're at. This is right near Scott's base. Now, I want you to use your eyes here, everybody. Use your eyes. Look at what we're about to zoom in on. Okay? You see that? Do you see that? Yeah. Look at that. There's a few of them. This is Antarctica, by the way. This is what is down there. That's right, Tracy. That's windmills down in Antarctica near Scott's base. Another thing that's interesting is this location has a rabbit hole that theory that's down here, and some people say that a sub can come underneath here, and I don't know. What do you think? But yeah, anyhow, let's go back to the helicopter New Zealand's doing. So looks like they went out and took a little bit of a trip. Don't know what for, don't have a clue. Don't even know when they're supposed to be back, but it does look like it's on its way back when you look at the altitude. It's there. Let's see, do we have anything else that's fun playing around down yonder? Even though that Antarctica is actually the top side of the world. Did y'all know that? All right, so that's that. Let's go. You want to go? Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Yeah, you got this image. Now, a lot of people are looking at that image. They're like, whoa, what's this? Well, this is by CERN. Go ahead and think of whatever project, that rhymes with the color blue beam. But yeah, this is not too far from CERN, so let's just go have some fun, shall we? Let's go to... Let's go check it out. And by the way, y'all can do this too. It's nothing that someone can't do. You can do this. Go down to Antarctica, man. And now you're going to have to zoom in and find the spot. I got mine marked. And then I take the little man and drop him out. I drop him in the spot. We'll see if... We'll see if I can end up hitting the right spot. And you want to look for the spot that you can walk around on. So I'll get into Denver's airport later. Right now I'm stuck on this. Now this, my friends, this is the Southern Pole Telescope. No, what is the Southern Pole Telescope? Well, let's just go walk around. Now, as you see, you can walk around, but did you know that you can walk up the stairs? Now, a lot of people, they'll just keep on walking up the stairs, and I guess I'll just show you that you can just keep on walking and walking and walking up the stairs to show you what the top of the Southern Pole Telescope looks like. Yeah, you got all that stuff. And... there you go with that. And then there's the bad boy. SPT. Yep. Got that that's up there. So feel free if you want to go walking around, see what you find. Who knows what you may discover that I wasn't able to discover. Now, let's go to the fun part. I used to sit there and go straight down the stairs, but no, I decided one day, about 6 years ago, on my War Deadpool channel, that I wanted to go walk around. And didn't realize you could go inside. Yeah, Antarctica, right? One of the first things that I noticed, because I'm not someone that just wants to jump in, gotta take your motion in the ocean. Take your time with it. Anyhow, notice this symbol that was up here. Question what it was. Checked around at some other doors. Just making sure that you're not supposed to slam the door. Why? Because it affects the telescope. That'd be a bad one, wouldn't it? By the way, this image was taken in 2014. You can see it down there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. All right, now we go walking around, and you got some stuff that's right here. Got a manual mill. It's right there. Little jigsaw table. Got you some drills. Nothing that I seen that was of importance in here. Could have been. But just hold on, it does eventually get spicy, everybody. I'm just taking my time. Marine Mom, thank you for becoming a super fan of the War Deadpool community. Team Spicy. Thank you so much, greatly. Do appreciate you, Marine Mom. Everybody throw down in the chat, say thank you to Marine Mom. Appreciate y'all. So you seen that you got some work tables here. Got some heat stuff. Gotta watch how I say that stuff. SPT, Southern Pole Telescope. Jamie Lynn, thank you for the gifts. Thank you, Brandy, with those Let 'em Cooks. Tracy, Melissa, Tim, Angie, Sal. Great to see you, Sal. Just, Ellie, Portia, Angela. Oh, snap. Speed of Sight going with the Gamer Cat. Appreciate that. So, get your other stuff that's around here. Not really sure what that says. But, anyhow, you go into the place and you sit there and you're like, this is kind of like a, science fair, when you were in middle school. Because you see it, it's just laid out down the hall, right? And trust me, it's going to get spicy. So there you go. Southern Pole Telescope talks about how it looks back in time. Even though it's not really looking back in time, it just is seeing how far away a light is. Being like, well, that light that traveled to us was 1 billion years ago. And that's where we think how old the universe is. Except they're only looking into one zeroed in spot. They have millions of others, but or gazillion of other spots. We'll get into that. But yep, so you got that. Talks about the Southern Pole Telescope and see it's more stuff about it. But I noticed one thing. This comes from a set of people that say you got to look for what's hidden in plain sight, right? So if you notice, you got a row of paper, row of paper, row of paper, row of paper, and you come to this one. You got a row and a row and a row and a row, but there's one that's just out of place. Just hidden into plain sight. What's the purpose of this paper? Well, upon zooming into it, you see that it says, Fate of the Universe. People used to think the universe would collapse on itself, the so-called Big Crunch. Now it looks like dark energy will tear it apart. We're heading for a big rip. Now, for y'all that don't know, why did they say it was a big crunch? Well, they said that it was a big crunch because the Bible, God said that he was stretching out his hands. So a lot of people feel that the universe is expanding. So some of these people that wanted to turn science into a religion, you have science, but then you have the religion of science, and a lot of that is pushed in today, and people are like, no, that's called science. No, it's called religion of science. There's a difference between them. But anyhow, so those people who wanted to turn science into a religion sat there and said, we're going to contradict the Bible and use the opposite. So they used to say the big crunch. Well, more and more data came out, and they realized they were idiots. And they were like, oh, well, that right there, that ain't working. Yep. And so then they had to go and decide to look at the data that they got, like dark energy and stuff. And they were like, son of a gun. Those dang Christians, they had it again. They knew what it was. Bam. So they had to say that. But then they were like, how do you turn this into a fear factor? Because what sells everybody? That's right, fear sells. So while fear was selling, they decided to say, well, since we're going in the reverse now, we're going to say that it's going to rip apart. It sounds really scary. So, yep, that's the thing there about that. But let me go take you into a little bit, because some of y'all are sitting there being like, hey, WDP, you mentioned something about a blue thing project. Well, guess we gotta go look at it, right? All right, let's jump over to CERN. Now that was really quick. Let me slow it down for you. This is CERN. Here's France. You can go and punch this in yourself. And you go down there. You got all the underground part of CERN that you can go and walk around. But here's something that's a giggle to me. Is they love to say that Sheba statue isn't down there. Oh, man. What? Oh, what's that? Oh, that's Sheba statue down there? Oh, man. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's at CERN. Yeah, that's right. She was donated to them. Yeah. Just straight donation right there. So yeah, CERN, you can't say that she's not there because it's again, we can see it. Like everybody can see it. All they got to do is open their eyes. That's it. Ta-da! Found it. So that's there. And then you have another thing. You have, this is the underground part. You can go walking around. Y'all want to go walk around in CERN? Well, let's go walk around and down the under. Let's go underground, everybody. Okay, cool. You're underground. Yep. Danger, Will Robertson. Radiation. Watch it while walking around these tunnels. Don't stick your head in here. There was a case of somebody who stuck their head into there. No joke. Seriously. Stuck his head right into it. So, yeah, you got that. CERN, everybody. But now you got something else that's here. Are you going to go in? Yeah, you're going to go in. So, I called this a classroom, but it's not a classroom. It's kind of inside of one of their buildings that has food and stuff. But, yep, there you go. There's CERN right there. Woo, 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 right there for you. And then, here you go. You got other stuff just so that, I'm actually around CERN. Physics with 120 FB to the power of -1. Atlas Workshop at CERN. December 4th through the 8th, 2017. We walk into the building of Atlas. You see how it's spelled ATLAS? That's right, everybody. I know how to spell because of CERN. Now, let's check out some stuff. You see how there's stuff that's laid around the wall. And I told you earlier, things are hidden in plain sight, right? Now, classroom, you have, system and magnets, the universe, origin of mass, dark matter, dark energy. What did they say that was going to do to us? Oh, yeah, that's right. They said that it was going to tell us into the Big Rip. What's this over here? New forces, antimatter. But what's this right here? Oh, now this is interesting. Extra dimensions of space. Who else believed in extra dimensions of space? Oh yeah, Einstein. Why don't we actually use Einstein's theories? I don't know, maybe we'll get on to that part next. Like they use the law of relativity, but they don't want us to do that. They want us to go off of Isaac Newton's, theory of how gravity works is by force, some odd 300 years prior. Let's go check out one other thing. This is another building that's close by as well. It's just down on the street. I was just taking a gander walking the street, like everybody does, right? And you go walk in the street, and I couldn't help but notice what was on this building. AMSPOCC. Oh, what's this? That's a nebula. Could that be the International Space Station? I don't really care what the heck it is. That's definitely Earth. I'm glad they got all the pieces of Earth on there. Well, kind of. Looks like there's kind of skedaddling some stuff over here, but anyhow, besides the point. What's this spiderweb stuff that's coming out of a nebula through this right onto Earth? It just reminds me of a project. A project that reminds with the color blue beam. Interesting, right? Interesting. Right? So there you go on that. That's your fun kick for that. Guess we should go talk about some other stuff, eh? Let's see. By the way, again, if you're just joining, you missed what I released earlier. I got a hold of the leaked files. Leaked files that were voted on today to be, released. But I got a hold of the leaked ones. Are y'all prepared to see this? Hold your eyes, everybody. Hold on to the edge of the seats. What you're about to see is about to get interesting, okay? Very, very interesting here. Here you go, everybody. Prepare yourself. This is what you'll be seeing. Feel free to take a screenshot. There's a lot of information here. This is what is to be released. Real good stuff. Big stuff gonna be dropping out. Yep. Breaking news first here. That's right, first here. Yeah. Someone said Sharpie Gone Wild. That's the new movie that kids are gonna watch nowadays. Instead of the other Gone Wild. I can't say what it was, and neither can you. But yeah, this is Sharpie Gone Wild. But yeah, this is what you get, everybody. So yeah. It's probably going to still be slowly released of this. Yeah. So. But yep, there you go. There's that. Now, while we're got you here, I guess I might as well sit here and talk to you about Atlas. Right? And a lot of y'all want to talk about Atlas, right? Thing flying through space. It's going to be the closest mid-December to the Earth. Let me show you. This comes from NASA. This is their website. Okay? This is their website. You ready for this? The size of Atlas. This is NASA's website. The size of Atlas. Ooh, I almost said another word. Observations as of August 20th, 2025 indicate that the upper limit on its diameter is 3.5 miles. Though it could be as small as 1,444 feet. 1,444 feet. What's that have to do with anything? What does 444 mean? Any takers? let's see. I'm going to have to pull it all back up so I can sit here and throw it out to you again. Give me just a second. Come on. So, 444, that's, some people say biblical stuff, but 444 is not in the Bible. Want to make that clear. It's not in the Bible. A lot of people look at it as angelic numbers. But you do have some stuff that deals with it. You have the four walls, the four corners. Some people say that the four corners represent that Earth is flat, but that's the way that they actually said things in those times. Actually, one of the corners is in Nova Scotia, or Newfoundland, something like that, is where one of the corners is, and it's actually in the wrong spot, but, not going to get into that. Anyhow, you also have the four directions, the four elements. So, 444 meaning could be seen as your life is stabilizing, or you're building something long term, or stay disciplined, stay grounded. Could be looked at as, let's see, scripture that has, the 44:4s. Got Isaiah 44:4. They will spring up among the grass like willows by the water course. Isaiah 4:4. God cleansing his people. Ezekiel 44:4. The glory of the Lord fills the temple. Could that be God showing his presence connects with the theme 444? I don't know. I don't think so, because it would be said a lot more. But let's continue on. You have 444 associated with clear thinking, heightened intuition, discernment, truth being revealed. You're being guided, not guessed, type deal. Now, where is it? Give me a second. Where is it? Yeah, here you go. Here's something for you, kitty cats. Bring it over for you. Give me a second so you can see. This comes from ChatGPT. I like ChatGPT. Hebrew and Greek connections to 444. The Hebrew word in 444 is Elam. E-L-A-M, not Elon, Elam. Which means hidden, secret, or the veil. So, could it mean hidden things? I mean, Atlas was hidden from us. We weren't able to see it. Why? Because it was coming from a third dimension. Now, that's not to be all, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and speaking nonsense. So let me walk you through this in slow manner. Everybody do this yourself, and you'll see. Hold a cup, a water bottle, your fist, an apple, whatever it may be. And you'll notice when you close your right eye that the left eye will see more of the object on the left-hand side. And when you close your left eye and you open your right one, because you got to open it, right? You see stuff that's more on the right side. So that lets you know you only see two-dimensional, kids. But when you open both eyes, you'll be like, hey, I see stuff on both sides of the apple. Well, what takes place is your eyes will send signals to your brain, and your brain will sit there and say what it is for you to perceive in third dimensional. So you only see two-dimensional. One other random fact for you, you actually do not feel. What you feel is resistance, because atoms have where they had this thing, and you have all your electrons out here. And see, that's a lot of space. Now, don't hold me to it. I'm going to exaggerate it maybe a little, maybe right. But if you were sitting there, and blew up the size of an atom to a golf ball, it would be, to a few blocks down the road of how much empty space, maybe even further than that. That's between the electron and the atom. And that would be wild, right? And so when you are thinking about that, there's a lot of space between that. Now, if you could make two atoms touch, guess what happens? You combine that crap together. So, so if you don't want to be stuck to your couch, I recommend don't sitting there for years and joining and fusing together with it. But yeah, what you actually feel is resistance. So, if you were to take your finger and press on the desk or your leg or your jeans or your shirt or whatever, or grab your hair or your nose, guess what? You're just feeling resistance because of how much space is between there. So that's that. Now, let's go into the fun part. Let's get back into this two-dimensional, how you see in two-dimensional. First, let's talk about this. This here, right, everybody? This here is your solar system. Now, I get a giggle out of people that believe the earth is round. I do. I think it's a lot more involved. But I get a giggle out of people who think that the earth is round and they want to laugh at flat earthers. One, I respect flat earthers. Two, I think it's great to really try to think outside the box. Make sure that you were actually taught correctly. So I got respect for people who do that. Anyhow, I do get a kick out of people who make fun of flat earthers because you do realize that your solar system is a flat plate, right? Like Pluto only goes from like 7 degrees to 17 degrees. Okay? So while you're sitting there trying to knock on someone for flat earth, your solar system's flat, Bobo. We don't have that much of a clue what is in the third dimension. I'm going to get into that. So this is second dimension. No, Tyler, it's not represented like that. This is actually how things move around the sun. This is what is the gravity of however it's done. This is how it holds, because if it was up here or down here, it would float off. Let me show you something, Tyler. So this is what takes place. The sun is zipping through space, and it holds all this stuff, and all these other balls that are flying around the yellow dot here, these are the planets being held by gravity. This is how the sun keeps it in check. So again, like I said, Pluto, that sometimes, rotates with Neptune. Just throwing that one out there for you. Probably something else that you didn't know. Pluto's last time was closer than Neptune in the 70s and 80s. But now it's kicked out further, and now it's no longer a planet. Anyhow, though, this is how things float around. It's just like that. And yeah, Tyler, dead serious. I'm not pulling your leg. This is how the planets actually revolve. It is in this. So you can look it up, go talk to whatever astronomer you want to and be like, hey, is this legit? Go ahead. Feel free. If you think you can go find Neil Tyson, feel free to ask and be like, hey, Ward Deadpool said this. Is this correct? If I'm proven wrong, I'll shut down, So anyhow, though. So this is how the good grief, the word just left my mind of what this model is called, but this is how the model works. Anyhow, so planets move around like this. Well, in the last decade, we got where we ended up seeing this bad boy right here, in stellar objects moving around. We had Oumuamua that was floating around and came flying in, and then you had the government sit there and want to call it a mothership, and it's because of the way that it looked. Let's see, can I show you that one? I probably can. Let's see. They took it off. Nope, there it is. Here, let me show you what Oumuamua looked like, everybody. That's right, looked like a floating turd, if you want to say that. That's how that thing looked. Or finger or whatever, just flying through space. This was about a decade ago. We got to where we just noticed these by the third dimension, because we were finally able to see into the third dimension. So definitely not running deer. This is common sense. You should definitely go take a science class. Like I said, feel free. Go jump into any astrology type class, and you'll learn this stuff. So anyhow, so they were able to finally see in the third dimension, and when they did, they were able to see these interstellar objects. And so far, they had 3. The first one came through, and they wanted to go grab a piece of it, but nah, it was out of here too fast. The second one came in, and they went to go and try and snag it, but guess what? It changed its speed. Now, some people, sat there and said, hey, these things are aliens. I don't see aliens at all. In fact, I don't believe in aliens at all. I think we are the only ones, due to how rare Earth is, how rare Earth has been in existence, how rare our own moon is. There's a lot of factors. I mean, you're better off sitting there flipping a quarter into the air from Nebraska and having it float around the world all the way into China on the exact same spot, and do that 50 times and it lands on head 50 times. You have more of a chance of that happening than there being another xenoplanet that lasts as long as us, that has a moon like us, as well as the insanity of the DNA. So, but let's get back into the other comment, the one that's going around right now. So this is Atlas, of what they say is Atlas. Like I said, it's the thing that they say is 1,444 feet, 444, or 3.5 miles big. It is set to be at its closest point mid-December, something in that nature. Now, this thing's hurling around and flying in at us. Not like a comet, not like an asteroid. Let me show you. So, comets are coming out here from the belt as well as asteroid, and they're bound by the gravitational pull. It's the hyperbolic or whatever it's called. I don't care about fancy words. I leave everything as where everybody can understand this and they can go and, carry on a conversation to look into stuff. So, when you do of comets and asteroids, that's how they fly around. Also, there's a speed difference. So Atlas is flying insanely fast, and then it's coming from a different point. Yeah, Tim, I hear you. It's flying in through a different point, and that point is either above us or below us from the third dimension that we can actually see. And it is something new to us in the last decade to seeing these three. So why isn't this on national news? I don't know. But Neil Tyson talks about this stuff. Pretty cool. So anyhow, so you have this entering in from another point. So let me show you. Where's it at? Oh, I already brought it over. So imagine, if you will, my mouse here on the right side is an interstellar object, meaning that it's coming from outside of our solar system, and it floats through, and it just and it goes right on past the sun, and it'll just keep on ticking by. So eventually, 6 months later, we'll lose focus of this thing. Why? Because it's in space. It's in the darkness of space. It has nothing to light it up. We have no idea what direction it exactly came from and what direction it's exactly hitting in. It's all a guessing game. If our sun had a gravitational pull onto it, cool. But it doesn't. Why? Because it's coming from this third dimension. We'll continue to see these things every few years. We might even get to where we end up seeing more and more of these things that we whiz by us. So, definitely my dog Precious. There's a lot of other news sources. So there's your talk on how we're not seeing in the third dimension. What we need is to set up a camera either below us or above us, however, in the y-axis. These planets going around are moving in an X and a Z. If we can get in this y-axis, then put a camera up here, then we could have an eye up here and we have the eye at Earth, and then that would let us see more, and then put the two together, and then we could see, better of the third dimension. Kind of like this figure that I just showed you. So, source of information is a ton of stuff. So like this comes straight off of NASA's website right here. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I use for source of information. So there's how that works. Let's see, is there anything else that I care to explain to you? Yeah, I guess I'll show you this. So the planets don't move around like an electron does. Okay, so an electron moves in the X, Y, and Z axis. The planets just move around in two of the three axes. So what is my take on firmament? Great question, and I love questions. I know I'm not really looking at a lot of them, but the firmament is an interesting thing to me, and here's why. Listen up close, okay? If you're Christian or non-Christian, listen to me. One, when the Bible was written of Genesis and stuff, okay? Different language. Thousands of years ago, right? Well, what word did they use? They used the word firmament. But when did the word atmosphere come into play? The word atmosphere wasn't put into existence until the mid-1700s. You can go and look this up yourself. It's just like the Bible saying that there was unicorns. And a lot of people were like, oh, your Bible believes in, unicorns, imaginary stuff, okay? No, the Bible was calling a unicorn a rhinoceros. How do you know that? Go crack open the books and the dictionaries in the 1700s, and you'll sit there and look at a rhinoceros, and it'll have down in there also unicorn. Literally says that. So a lot of people know that in the Bible, it's a language difference. It's not a translation error or anything like that. It's just modern language that was used. So atmosphere came along in the 1700s. Firmament had been around for 4,000 years. That's the word that they use. Here's the cool thing, and here's the devil's play of trick. The devil doesn't want you to realize how accurate the Word of God is. The devil doesn't want you to realize that God was telling us about the atmosphere long before anyone started looking into space. Long before anybody even fathomed atmosphere. That, my friend, is the revelation of how amazing God's word is and how true God's word is. Don't get caught up into the trickery of the devil to making you feel like the word of God isn't that miraculous or inspiring. Okay? Who am I claiming that is the devil? The devil. Whoever speaks as that, the devil. Let's see, is there anything else that I want to show you before I move on to the next subject at hand? I will show you this. This is kind of cool. I was talking to you about how the third dimension, right? And if we could get into seeing like that. Well, right now we see a two-dimensional plane, flat plate, okay? There's tons of black holes that we've actually photographed. There's also white holes, but we have not yet to discover them, but that's part of Einstein's theory. Black holes are exactly like this. They're massive. This is how they move around. It's really cool. What I feel is that in a couple hundred years, obviously I'll be dead, but someone may look back and be like, hey man, my grandpa talked about this guy who actually said this. But I wonder if the world, once we're able to see in the third dimension, if Earth will look like a black hole, because it'll be evolved more, because there's more dimensions of it to be seen of it. So it won't any longer just look like a globe. It's going to be evolved more. So people, in the 2300s are going to be giggling at people who believed in a globe. Just like how there's people who nowadays believe in the globe, and a lot of them laugh at people who still believe in flat Earth. We're always going to evolve. Now, let's see. I see a lot of y'all are like, hey, look, you don't like NASA. I'm not a fan of NASA either. I'm not a fan of NASA because they sit here. I need to leave out of this room. But this is why I don't like NASA. NASA will sit here and they will say that, the International Space Station got one single shot of Earth. No, it didn't. The International Space Station is floating around 200, miles. So, Tyler, what I was saying, as of right now, we're going to see it as a globe. But in 200, 300 years, I think we're going to see it more advanced because we'll be able to see in that third dimension. So, but let me show you something. So, if you noticed, right in the bottom right of the screen says eye altitude. Let me show you, let me turn it around for you Americans. Let me show you what it's like to be 200 miles off the surface of Earth. Okay? Give me a second so I can zero it in for you. There you go. 220 miles. That's it. You're not getting, and that's if you believe in the International Space Station and stuff, okay? If you believe in the International Space Station, guess what? This is all you get. This is the only image that you get. It ain't like you're getting some woo-ha, secretive image or anything of able to capture the whole entire world. It's a composite of 33 images. That's right, composite of 33 images is what it is. But yes, that's 220 miles right there. That's all they're seeing. And they get a tiny window, okay? So they're dang sure not seeing this. In order to see this, you would have to be 6,744 miles away in order to get that. So these are reasons why I don't like NASA. NASA changes stuff, but doesn't want to sit here and act like they were ever wrong or that they were manipulative. That's why I don't like NASA. So you seem to be upside down. Look, so let me explain. I do think that the world is supposed to be viewed like this. Okay? Now, I'm an American. Let me show you why. Okay? So let me go and take you to another spot on the world. Let's, if you don't mind, let's go to Florida, okay? So here we are in Florida, and first, I'm going to point you at the north, celestial north, okay? I'm going to take you to the beginning of the night, okay? Here's the beginning of the night. Now, I'm going to click on a star, okay? Didn't click on a star. Let me click on a star. Come on. There it goes. All right, so I clicked on a star. Now watch this. I'm going to put this into motion. Watch what direction the star rotates around celestial north, which is where Polaris is at, okay? We're going to move the motion forward. Oh. What's that? It's counterclockwise. Again, let me start the day, in motion. Okay? Here you are, beginning of the night. Stars rotate at celestial north, counterclockwise. All right? Now, you can do this yourself. You can go outside tonight and watch this, if you don't believe me. Now, here we are, beginning of the night, and let me go and click on another star. Okay, now this time you're looking in celestial south. I'm not talking about cardinal south. I'm talking about celestial south, okay? But it's still in the south direction usually. I can get more into that, more detail. Anyhow, though, so you're looking at a star here. Let's put the motion forward. Now, the star's rotated clockwise. So in celestial south, stars rotate clockwise. In celestial north, they rotate counterclockwise. So that is why, because that is one thing, that is how you know that you're on a globe, is the rotation of stars in both directions. So, and I will agree with Hollywood right here says we really have no idea about space, and I'll elaborate on that in a minute. But so this is how you know that you're on a spinning ball. If you wanted to, put a ball in your hand, put your finger on the ball, and then look up at the ceiling and spin that ball around. And if you're looking up at the ceiling, you'll be like, oh man. If you're moving from east to west, you'll be like, oh man, on the ceiling, the stars up there are moving counterclockwise. But then if you take your finger that's on the ball and say, let's look down and spin that ball, now everything that's on the ground of those stars are rotating clockwise. Okay, so that's how you know that you're on a globe. That's something that cannot be done on a flat Earth. If you can debunk me on that, I would love to hear, because this is something that I can prove with long exposure. Anyhow, though, this is why I think that Earth is like this, even though I'm an American, is that you are, if you were to be like, hey, let's go clockwise, then this is the direction that I would view it as. Anyhow, though, so Hollywood sat there and said, what'd you say, Pluto? I don't know. Oh, you don't like Christians? It's okay, man. Don't worry, man. Hope you have a wonderful and a blessed day. I'm glad that you were able to stick around and actually listen to Christian stuff, because here's the thing. You staying in here, you had little bit of nuggets of Christianity and the Word of God put into your ear. So I hope and I pray that, that awakens you from your flesh. Your soul was wanting to be in here and stayed in here to try and, mock people. But in reality, what you were doing is your soul was aching to hear for the Word of God. And it's hoping that you will turn away from your flesh. So yeah, there you go on that. So, but yep, pray for you. That's all I can do. And I'm not, that's on you wherever you decide to end up at. What else was I going to say? I think that's it on that. Would y'all like to talk about these leaked documents that I have here? These are the leaked documents that are set to, come out. You want to talk about some leakness? Appreciate that perspective anytime. A lot of things people don't realize, a lot of things is theories. When you take away these people that want to make science a religion, and you leave science as science and you look into theories, you get into really cool stuff. Yep, leaky. Let's go leaky around. let's go to that island. Oh, wait, wrong island. Son of a gun, put in Jeffrey Island and you end up in Nebraska. Huh. Why Nebraska? Why this in the middle of nowhere? What's this other stuff that's out here? Can I drop a man here? Nope. Can't. Dogwood State Wildlife Management Area. All right. Now let's go to... No, that's not where I said. It's trying to take me to the other place. Yeah, here you go. It's renamed Great St. James and Little St. James. What it's been renamed to. It's got this little pizza place out here that's on the boat. Yeah. Yeah, I said that right. There's a pizza place right out there. You can literally click on it. It's a pizza pie. Yeah. Yeah, 6. The number 6 beside it. Yeah. Yeah, right next to the island. Right there. Hidden in plain sight. Yeah. Just right out there. Right next to that island. Shocking, right? Right? Now, here's a trick I can do. Go back in time. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. A lot of people, some people sit there and go, man, that temple wasn't there. No, it really is. You can look on Google Earth and see it. And I can go back in time and view this. Let's see. I eventually get a clearer image, I think. Yeah, this is when it used to have the blue on it, right here. There's your symbols. This is back in January of 2020. You can see me just kicking through time on here. Really thought I had a better image in time. Because there is some cool stuff to see. Yeah, that's when it used to have the gold on top in 2017. There you go. There's your nice clear image. Now look. Don't tell me that these symbols represent... That's right, Nickelodeon, right? Now don't tell me, definitely dang sure don't say it in the chat, that these symbols represent the little ones, okay? For 2 reasons. 1, don't say that. Number 2, that's not what those symbols don't look like this. I get into stuff all the time. Y'all know me, I will deep dive into a rabbit hole. I don't know what these symbols are. I have no idea what it is. I don't understand it. You have, a set of 3 squares, and then your snake symbol, and 3 squares, and then 2, and then back to your snake symbol, back to, a double square, but the middle square is actually dark. You got symbols around it as well. I don't know what it means. And it could be something. I'm glad that Tyler's in here. Tyler said it could it be just decoration? And it could be. It very well could be. With what we heard that's gone on in there, I don't know. I tried that Charlotte or Charizard, and it gave, mixed things. Now you do have. Why has it got to be darked out? Y'all see the big what is this thing called? Solar compass. What is this thing called? Anyhow, that's sitting here. Let me see. Do I have a better image of it to show you the faces? Nope. I know there's eventually a time. Of when you can see the face. Hold on a second. It's just going to take a minute. You can see that it's a little bit of a sun face, but other times it looks like a, remember that episode of, what were they called? The Teletubbies? Y'all remember that? Kind of reminds you of that. On the face. Yep, that baby son. So someone's going to be really mad at me showing all this stuff. Well, you can still see that stuff. Yeah, you can still see it. You also had this. Oh, and I can't remember. Someone's going to say it in my chat, hopefully. What was the symbols for, and these were symbols, for the shells here? By the way, that pointed east. That pointed east for you people who know that stuff. There's a reason to why they're like this. Yeah, this is east. Even though, here's the funny thing. You ready for this? Oh, you can't see the top of my screen. So in the top right of the screen, look at what direction it's actually really pointing. Okay? But it has, no, we're not going to do that today. If you're looking that direction, you got the E for east. It's actually pointing north. Bet I can't find the lost city of Atlantis? How much we betting? But then you have the real compass over here. And that one is pointing north. So now the question becomes, what is that now? I forget, there is a thing. Nah, you could be onto something that it could be his last name. But I forget what it was. Give me a minute. Let me chat GPT it up. I know it's been said. Give me a second. It should tell me. May not. The shell. Okay, so this chat says, I know exactly what you're looking at, WDP. Those shell looking or spiral looking patterns people spotted on Google Earth. This is one of those things that blew up in the world. It looked symbolic. Labyrinths, ritual spirals, claims that it was on the south side, even though that's clearly the north side. Greek symbolism is another thing. The triple spiral is one thing. The labyrinth. Some took it as a ritual site. Goddess worship, things like that. So you got your MK stuff that some people took it into. So what? By the way, what they claimed these symptoms up. You ready for this? What they claimed they were? They claimed that they are for wind buffering. I kid you not. Wind buffering. Tim, why were you messing with me about oh, because it's in the, was it in the scrolling text of Denver? Yeah. Then ever. Yeah. There you go. Fibonacci, yeah, but Fibonacci has a lot of stuff. What else is there? There's one other thing that's over here, and I don't know what this is. So obviously you got waves that's down here on the beach, and then you have this platform that's back here. I have no idea what it is. Now, at one point in time, we used to be able to walk around on Google Earth on here. As you can see, like you see how it's like the roads are laid out here. No, not no more. Not allowed anymore, mate. You can't do it. So, I was just clicking on an image that was close to it. Yeah, someone got out close to it. What else? You did have tennis courts? Yeah. Got tennis courts that was out there. Oh, you ready for this one? I forgot about this. Hey, classroom, what board is that right there? The island, I can't remember who it belongs to. It's another rich guy. He so far he doesn't have anything that's bad stuff. Well, I have no idea where the tunnels are. So could it be the entrance to it? Maybe. But look at the pattern that's here. Can you see this pattern? Oh, went too much. You see the pattern? World's biggest chessboard, maybe? Interesting though, eh? But yeah. Could this be, as some of y'all said, could this be the entrance to tunnels? Maybe. Could the temple be? You also had a pool that was down here as well. Yep. Look how close boats stayed to it. I mean, that is wild to me. Let's see, any other pictures taken? Nope. I thought there was something that, let me point this in that symbol that a lot of y'all see. I did think there was something that you could see out here. Nope. They don't even have, yeah, you used to be able to, not no more. Hey, y'all ought to go look into that pizza place, by the way. Not on my watch. I thought that I could go here. Can I not? I thought I could drop a little man there. I guess not. Nope. Yeah, the closest point that you can get to is all the way over here, but you ain't seeing anything here. This is a nearby island. This one of many islands near it. Was there something else I was going to show y'all? It was on that island. It felt like I was going to show you something else. By the way, this is what the temple does look like today. No gold top, no striping anymore, no symbols anymore. So that makes me sit there and say, if the symbols were not bad, why erase them? But then again, they did leave the shells there. There was something else. I forgot. I don't know. And I can zoom you back in there and let you see if that helps you here. Let me backdate it so you can see. There you go. Yeah, there was a legit temple. Yes, GTC, that's exactly where we are. Is the E gone? You might be right. Maybe the E was his last name. So, thanks, La. Let's see, there was... Yeah, you had little huts and things that was around. I mean, I have no idea. This is one thing. So you could walk a path and then walk up here and then it just ends. And that may be to what some of y'all are like, nah, there's tunnels. I have no idea. I think the temple was blue and white temple. Yes. So, put the in-laws in a hut. I don't know. Is there anything on those paths when you go back? I can go back to these paths and see if there's anything to there. Let's actually go to the future. No, paths are still there. All right. No, let's go to the past. It's 1985. You ain't seeing Jack, right? So 2002 is when you started to see stuff. 2002, no temple. Nothing was there. No pool. You did have somewhat of the buildings being built. What is this UFO thing? Y'all see that? I've never noticed that. Yeah, this is in March of 2002. Yeah, I've never noticed the boat there. Let's see. You knew something was coming. There's your E. Could E mean entrance? Could E mean entrance? I don't know what just made me think of that. GTC. Yes, that is correct. So this image is in 2002 before anything was built. You don't have those things coming into here. You do have this, whatever this is. You got another thing that's right here. But yeah, check whatever the freak that is. I don't know what that is. I mean, that's a big size of whatever the heck this is. Hold on a second. This is This is 25 feet ish, maybe a little more. But yeah, I don't know what that is. All right, let's see what else is over. Since we spotted that E. Anybody else seen anything else here? Let's see. E could be for his last name. Floating trampoline. I'm going to give you that. It could be. You don't have your checkerboard out here. Got none of that stuff. You do have whatever the heck this looks like. Do have boats that stayed off the island. Okay, let's move forward. So we moved forward about 6 months. We're still in 2022. This is September now. Got a boat that's up there. That round object is gone. Now, if you want me to, zoom in or look at another spot, just let me know. Temple's still not done. You still have the E over here. Hold on just a second. I want to look at the big island. See if there's anything here during that time. Okay, hold on a second. What's with this? Is that water? So we're in September 2002. Okay, that is water. Let me go back. All right, now we're going to come back to the sicko place. Jump forward. This is a cleaner image, still in September. Yeah, you got the E, clear as day. I don't know what this is, though. I have no idea what that ends up being. You notice how there's a boat that comes and goes. Ah, there's the circular thing. Maybe, whoever said trampoline might be right. Yeah, he owned the entire island. I think he owned both. Don't hold me to it. You think it's a helicopter pad? Maybe. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for the gifts. Thank you, Tim, for the gamer cat. Thank you, Leather, Dew, Mize, Christy, Jackie, Ronald. Lots of y'all. Candy, Angela, Sharon, Will. 50,000 likes. Let's go. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Fontaine, Brandy. Appreciate it. Tim with the gamer cat earlier. Bar Girl Jamie with the paper crane. Thank you so much. Liana Martini. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate everybody. It's out of the water. It is. But in the other pic, it was in the water. That's correct. So, 6 months earlier, it was. Almost looks like there's also something here. No idea what it is. Okay, let's skip to the next date. Cloud cover. Gotta love clouds, right? If I move too fast, I apologize. It's just how I move. I want to look at the other island real quick. See if there's anything that jumps out at me. Nope. Okay. Back to the sicko. Now you start to get more things built. This is in 2006. You are 4 years into the future, but in 2006. So we got a lot of things to look at. You see that construction is going on. Started putting in a lot of palm trees along here. You do have what may be the trampoline. You see boat traffic has increased in here. I don't know what this is now. Any guesses? Seems like this could have been resolved a long time ago. So, did they have generator? Was there power? Yeah, generators and things like that. That was earlier when you were lecturing the class. Yeah. I found a video inside the temple. I question that type of stuff, but I appreciate Cats and Craft. Can the President of the United States make a executive order? I mean, it's coming anyhow. They voted on it today, except for one person that said no. So Iconic says they think that it's a trampoline raft. So let's see. Is it Nolan? I'll have to check it later. Right now we're pretty stuck on this. You see some more to the building made. Yeah, stuff, big stuff, lots of stuff that was stored here. Can you make out what this is? I can't, but you know what's interesting? This, the only reason why I know this, and go ahead and knock me if you want to, and I'm not going to go and change my camera to another spot, but this reminds me of the tunnels that you drive into that's near Area 51. like you see how there's a shadow cast here on the left-hand side? So those are walls. That's a wall, and this is a wall. I wonder, even though you can't see, I wonder if that's a door. I wonder if that's a door. Could be helipad. We'll see if it ends up having that design. Is the E still there? Give me a second. We'll make our way over there. I do see a little hut here now. That white spot's still there. That's up there. Almost looks like there is something else here. I do not. Ooh, now this gets interesting. Where the E was. This is where the E was. Let me go back in time to make sure. But it looks like that was built up. Yeah. You see the E right in there? This might be an entrance point. Look at the development 4 years later in that spot. No, I can't drop the little man. You used to. Yeah, I think we found out, and I think we did find something. If you're gonna steal my TikTok video, at least give me credit. If you don't mind, because I know it'll be a video that's gonna blow up to 1 million views. Be like, we found the tunnels, but War Deadpool did. If you don't, I'm gonna unlay 300,000 people upon you. Let's see. Do we have anything else that's developed? Look, you know how we were talking about these paths earlier that were right here? They're even starting to be developed now. You think there's people standing there? Could be. It's very hard to tell off of a second dimension image that's flat. Thank you, Only If and Angie. I see y'all having fun over there. Got your back. Appreciate it, Burgle Jamie. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you, everybody else. 64,000 likes now. Let's go. Y'all are awesome. Thank you, Rachel, Christina, Tim with 15. Let them cooks. Let's go. Bar Girl with 10. Thank you so much. So what did they do? I can't answer that one. And no one else needs to answer what happened. You can just do a Google search what happened. Could that be a lighthouse? Maybe Blue. But yeah. Thanks, Angie. Oh yeah, no, I see y'all's comments. I'll have to look at them later. All right, so now let's jump forward in time. So now, less developed. This ends up being built. I think that's the spot for the temple. No, the temple's over here. Temple ends up being over here. So now what's this? There is... This is a pole that's here. You see the shadow? There's a shadow right here, and this is the pole. So I don't know what this ends up being. You found it? Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't say exactly what it is. Flagpole, maybe. How is the island accessible? So you have boat and air was the only ways that I know of. This, I don't know what ends up going here. All right, so we're in August of 2009. That looks like a house ended up going there. It just looks odd. I'm going to go ahead and look at that one spot to see if it's a helipad. Huh! Whatever it was ended up being removed in 2023. You know how I said something could drive in there? You see this? What? You have an object that's here. This is April of 2020. Okay? This is a month before, and look, it's gone. The object that's here. But 420, you have something. And then this is 4/19/20. So April 19, 2020, nothing there. But April the 2nd, you got something there. So maybe this ends up being covered up. Because look at this grass that's here. Look at the grass that's here. Grass don't look like that on any other part of this island. Maybe over here a little bit, but not like that. This is square. Air shaft. So this is in 2020. Oh man, that's a really good clear image right there. Look at that. You can actually see that it's bordered too. Something is definitely here. I'm just going to keep going back in time. Huh. Used to be 2 buildings there. Hey, do check this out. At one point in time, there was an H here. At one point in time, you did have a helicopter there. Oh man, could you imagine if I could see what was there? Could you imagine if I could read off that helicopter number right there? You think subs entered? I don't think so. Yeah, Ghost, we're on the island. But that is a helicopter there. What in the world? We're going to have to get up into that in a minute. Something went down here. Remember where the E was? Look at this. I got off track. I need to get back. So we need to get up back into 2008. Okay. Here we are, August of 2009. The metal structure is now covered. Let me go take you back in time, okay? Look. You had a metal structure being taken out. Look at how much was pulled out underneath here. You can see the shadow of this wall here. This could be the other entrance. Yeah, I see a lot of y'all talking about the air shaft. I saw a map. They say they're... I have no idea. Cats and graphs. You got something? I think so. I think so. So I think they turned it into a helicopter pad later on, but I question if you can still go underneath it. You got this building made as well. You have other buildings that are popping up. Do. So that's back out there. Palm trees and stuff. That's being built. That's being built. That's being built. Still waiting on that. And then I feel that this is potentially a tunnel. Where's the checkerboard end up being developed at? Doesn't the checkerboard get developed over here? Hold on, I'm going to move up in time, I know. No, the checkerboard was over there. All right, let me go back. I think that's where the checkerboard ends up being developed. Let me check. Where the freak is the checkerboard at? Oh, checkerboard, where'd you go? I know you're here. Where is the checkerboard at? Did it go too fast? Where the freak did the checkerboard go? Oh, so what in the world were they spilling out there? Y'all see how much is dumped here? Why is that? Don't y'all dare throw out any thoughts. Why is that red? Did y'all see that? Don't you dare say anything. You say it, I'm gonna mute you. Look at that line right there. Rice. 30 seconds. Okay, you said sorry. Yeah, let's not do that again. You're unmuted. That's interesting. Yeah, someone said look at the shadow. All right. I'm going way ahead of myself. We need to go back to what? Where were we at? 2000. Okay. So now we jump to 2013. Lots of things start getting developed here. You now have, this is paved now, where the E used to be. Did you see the checkerboard location? Can you ask where we are? We're on the island. Yeah. But that's all I can say on that. But so you have the entrance here, okay? Or what I'm questioning is the entrance. This is only 2013, people. This thing hasn't been like insanely developed. You do have the sundial that's put into place. This was something that was worked on for, I don't know, a good 6 years. Boat ramps built up. You now have the cardinal directions down here being added in. Got a massive pool that's here. Got the, wait, I don't think that's a tennis court. That turns into a tennis court later. Why is it done like this? Look, do y'all see that? Do y'all see the shadow that's casting? That could be another potential tunnel right there. That's a big shadow right here. Yeah, this is built up too. Look at that. Let me go back. Look, and they were digging out here. This is December of 2012. They were digging out, and then bam, look, something of a hole was put there. And you have whatever the heck this is. Yeah, definitely new dirt put up there. Can I turn off the overlay? Hold on. Dagnammit, I just set myself back in time. Hold on. Oh, that is so something right there. Big time in here. This is in 2025. It's still there, y'all. Yeah, I wish I could take off of that overlay, but unfortunately I cannot. All right, so back to this. All right, so got trucks that are up here. There is tons of tunnels in this. So if you have not seen, hold your horses. I think I have found at least 3 tunnels. Number 1, right here. This is in August of 2009. This ends up being February of 2013. Look at the shadow that's being cast right here. Okay. Number 2. Let me show you this. Okay. We need to go back to, yeah. Okay. This is 2002 when the island didn't really have jack crap on it. Okay. And this spot had an E. Now, a lot of people will think of his last name with it. I spewed out for no reason at all. And I was like, is that E for entrance? That was before I had any idea what this was going to develop into. And then, watch. Okay? So I'm moving forward. 2004. 2006. Oh, what's this? It's developed now down in there. Okay? 2013. You have development. Okay? Let's look at the other potential spot that's here. Okay? Let's go back in time. Go back a little bit more. Okay? You have where this gray plot is put here. Okay? But take note at some things. You see this right here? This is a shadow. That means that this is elevated ground here. Okay? Over here. This is elevated. Okay? It's been dug into. Now, I can't see, okay, how much. I don't have an idea. But also take note of this and this. There's shadows here. Okay? This, I think it's a possibility this used to be drove into. Let me show you real quick what ends up happening to this. Okay? It ends up being covered into a nice piece of grass. And we've seen at times to where cars could come in and out of this. I'll give you an example. Okay? April 2nd, 2020. You can see this at the bottom right where my mouse is. April 2nd, 2020. Oh, what's that? A car. Okay? April 10th, 2020. Oh, what's that? Nothing. Now, there ends up being a helicopter pad put in later on. Let's see. There you go. There's the helicopter pad. Okay. That was 2016. Make it out real nice, right? Look at this. Look, guys. We're going to eventually get up here. Right now, we're in the past. But look. This is a very well-defined image. And we'll eventually get up to this, to looking around the entire image. But you do eventually even see a helicopter on that pad. All right, we got to go back to the third entrance up here. Man, I can't believe I've never done this deep dive. You got this structure being built. Don't have a clue what. That ends up being the temple. The temple ends up, check this out. Temple ends up being built on 2013. This tunnel is built. You have the sundial that looks like a kid's face of a sun. I'll get to you in a minute what this thing, or you're going to have to stick with me. You'll see what this eventually looks like. This is, what place is this? This is the island. I'm going back in time. Okay? This, more developed, paved into here. Okay? There was a pole that was out there. That pole's gone. Don't know why. Okay? You have where this, and it's because I know this ends up being developed in the cardinal direction. North is this way, okay, to the right of your screen. The shells are the shells are added, okay. You still got your trampoline out here. You have this that's now added. Now this, I am starting to think, is this a stage that ends up being here? like a show stage. Yep, you got the barge landing site. Yeah, so some of that idol, man, dude, the idol, what all we've been seeing is wild, man. So like we found 3 places. By the way, idol, you can go over to YouTube and you can rewatch it and you can see how many tunnels I have potentially found in this. Okay, so let's go up in time. Okay, it's the exact same name over there. All right, so now you have this more developed. We're going to get into the sundial, what that thing ends up looking like. I'll go ahead and give you a sneak peek what this thing ends up looking like. Come on. Give me a second. I'll show you what this thing ends up looking like. You ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Huh. What's that look like, y'all? That's a sundial. Amphitheater for the other thing? Yeah. Interesting. Look at the numbers here. These ain't your standard. This is not a standard sundial right now. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna have to get into this. This is in right here. Look at the stuff around this. This isn't your sundial. Yeah, that's definitely a face in the middle. Like the sun changes. They went and changed this from time to time, from how the sun looked, or how the face on here looked. They changed it at times. Do you notice that? We're in 2018 right now. The face structure changes on this. It's not the same. Look, you can literally tell. Now we're into 2020. Oh man, this is definitely going to pull out my secret society understanding. This changed in time, y'all. Look, and it goes back and forth at times. Look, your standard little face that doesn't have jack crap, and then you got a bigger face. Dano, if it wasn't people like us, then you would still be sitting there with sick stuff that would be taking place on the island. You know that, right? If it wasn't for people like us that expose crap, if it wasn't for people like me, you would have Jamaica that would be hit with a Category 5 hurricane and people not knowing which side of the island to go on. But you go ahead and keep telling us, keep smoking some crack. You can go play around on your Teletubbies right here. Go play with your Teletubbies right here. Okay? Now, let's keep going in time. Oh, that's the latest time. Is that the last time that they took an image was in 2023? That is. All right, now we got to go back. All right, so in 2013, a lot of stuff happened, okay? Let me show you this, all right? 2009, okay? No temple, no sundial, no entrance here. Somewhat of an entrance developed over here, okay? You had your amphitheater. You had this that was developed, but you didn't have your shells over here. Okay? You didn't have your cardinal directions. So they knew what this was going to turn into. Okay? But sometime between August of 2009 to February of 2013, things took a drastic change. Again, temple was made. Okay? Not the symbols on the temple yet. Symbols were left off. Blue lines were left off. You had your sundial added. I know what this is. This ended up being cardinal directions. And then you had your shells added here. I'm going to go with this and go ahead and say that I forget the gentleman's name who said, hey, they think that this was a trampoline. I do think that you were correct because you see this pulled on and off the shore. Bar Girl Jamie, we don't know exactly what was what there. It's all speculation. SK. Is there any extra dirt mounds on the island or beach? Yes. We've been watching this through time. Idle, and anybody else who's sitting here watching me, you, whenever you leave here, if you're like, man, what did this guy discover before? Go watch my YouTube. I'm live over there too. But you can rewind in time. The video I'll let play up. All right, so now, and you got to remember, this ends up being developed into something. You can actually see like a little something that's right here, by the way. But this, guys, I'm telling you, this ends up being something. Look at that. Look at that. You're down here. I don't think I can do feet properly, but I'm going to give it an attempt. Nope, that didn't work. Yeah, it won't do. It won't do, right? Man, I wish I could see what the size of that was. Okay. Let's go to the next step forward. All right, so now we're in July 2013. So only just 4 months up, or 5 months up. Nothing looks added there. This is still built up. We went through the sundial. Here's at one point in time what the sundial looked like a sun with a face. Amphitheater, boats up on the side, boats out here. Trampoline is now all the way over here, so that was being used a ton. House in here. That's a massive pool. If you want to know how long this thing is, 70 feet. Again, this is all of where things were kept for moving stuff around. Yeah, 70 feet. We're all enjoying, for y'all who have pools, you're like, yeah, I got 20 feet of a pool, or 15 feet. Yeah, 70 feet. Checkerboard was along the beach in front of the amphitheater. So that ends up, are you talking right here, Jamie? This ends up being waves there. Let me show you. There you go. Yeah, here's the waves. 2017, that's waves. All right, let me go back. So we're in, okay. So, ooh, what ends up being here? Something's here. You now have another pool that's over here, by the way. So 2 pools. This one looks a little bigger, but y'all women are going to be like, yeah, but you're a guy, so you're definitely going to say that. Well, hey, look, it's 74 feet over here, ladies. So I was right. I was right that it is bigger. So I can't say, but I can say yes to this question. That's exactly where we're at. So, have I looked at the other island, Clifford, another night? So you've got this structure now added. You have some little stuff that's here. It's very small. I mean, that stuff ain't bigger than maybe 5 feet round. I don't know what that is, but you got that. I want to know what this is. Something. I want to know what was this. This is where the E was at, by the way. All right, let's skip forward. This is now in 2014 of March. See, structures more defined. Definite cardinal directions, more obvious. Wasn't aware of this. This is a house that ends up being built into the woods, and it blended in. Now, what is the purpose of this? You got a trail that's straight, but what's the purpose of a windy trail? See, I'm telling you, there's more to these symbols, and we just don't understand yet. To choose your path. Now, that's kind of an interesting thing. Step or climb, maybe. Antipods? Hold on. An antipod on any spot of Earth is the point of Earth's surface diametrically opposite to it. I'm confused by that one. Sorry, Sarah. Train station, definitely not. Vehicle track. Is that a structure in the middle? Yes. This ends up being obviously a structure, a pool. Yeah, I can skip through the years on those trails. All right, let's see. Oh, now you have the temple is complete. You have where the capstone is placed on top of there. Okay, capstone is put on top, and you have now these symbols that are here. Don't you dare say what you think those symbols are if you think that it stands for the little ones, because I'll end up telling you those are not how those are shaped. Is that a pond right here? Yes, and that had been there the entire time. Do I see the M on the right? Wait a second. Shut up, TikTok. Leave me alone. God bless. Where do you see the M at? Is it on this image? Frankly, no. This is the island of where files are being listed tomorrow. No sub entrance. Zoom in. Do you want me to zoom in on the temple? I end up getting a better, clearer image of this, by the way. All is this stuff proven? No. We know Pepsi. We know very little about this place. I accidentally almost muted you, Megan. My bad. Megan, have you seen my other entrances that I just went through? Where's this at? This is the island. Going back in time. Correct. So the temple is gold on top now. Check this out. So remember how you had the entrance that's here? Now they put this crap on top of it. This ends up turning into a tennis court, by the way. So they dug into it. Okay. They dug into the spot, and then they ended up putting a tennis court on top. You see? Tennis court. This is 2014. Okay. 2013. Tunnel. Dun, dun, dun. Look at the way they did it. Yeah, so we found the helipad. Sundial over there. Man, I don't know what these little huts are right here. No idea. Everything's speculative until we all agree. Definitely roads added over here. This is where I think, the entrance to something was at because it had E there. Sorry, where are you? We are on the island. The thing of where files are being released tomorrow. Or whenever they decide to. Why did the roads look weird? I'm right there with you. There's some roads that I'm like, This is where the helipad ends up being, but I think that you could actually drive in and out of this because of the shadows. I've been showing this through there. Sarah, I'm gonna put this off on the side. You're gonna have to wait though, because right now I'm stuck on going through time. Let's see, anything else added? Not really. This, though, I thought was flat. That's not flat. That's a building, a flat top building. That's still interesting how that trail is right there. Okay, now on to the next step. Oh, let me do it like this, sorry. More palm trees are added. The tennis court is more defined. This starts working. This is where the checkerboard ends up being. Spoiler alert. Checkerboard's here. And the entrance, oh, this is an interesting spot, wouldn't you say, mate? So checkerboard ends up being here. That entrance is over there. Temple's over there. Which way was this temple facing? Temple faces south, but it is on the, give me a second. I have to mark this right. Yeah, the temple's on the south direction. Okay, nothing there. What was on the east direction? This was over here on the east direction. Let's see, what are y'all saying? Have you noticed that the island looks like, yep. It's blocked on two sides by the island for people to see. Okay, you'll like it. I spent countless days. Yeah. They might release a bunch of redacted. Are they going to look like this? Like, breaking news, I do have the leaked image, or the leaked files. If y'all want to, I'll show you what it looks like. Now, when I show this to you, be real quick, grab a screenshot because there's a lot of stuff on here. But yeah, this is the files that are set to be released. I have the leaked here, so this is all what y'all are waiting for. So. Just letting you know, not, there's a lot of information there. A lot of information here. So, right. I mean, I'm pretty shocked at this. There's a lot of stuff here. Lots of names, a lot of details. Yeah. All right, let's go back to... all right, let's go back to this. All right, so this ends up, no, that looks the same. You do have something here that's being developed. Let's see what that goes to. So this is 2016. It's a very clean freaking image. We're about to get into this stuff big time. So before we do, hold on, let's take a look. You got the H that's added for the helicopter pad. There ends up being a helicopter here, by the way. Now, if you haven't seen, you need to hit the rewind button because you can see where I think it's possibly that you could drive underneath that. This is more defined of, equipment. No new buildings added, but you do have here, this isn't exactly a trail, this is almost like a road. What is interesting, I always thought that this was like a flat piece of ground, maybe like, a pond or something. That's a building that's there. And then you have like an epicenter that's right here, stadium seating, and this is waves that's here. You're going to see it in a little bit. What's this? Hold on. Maybe a shadow. Hold on. Well, let me see. No. That was a freaking building. Oh. Could this be another entrance right here? Look at the shadow that's being casted underneath there. Can y'all see that? There's tons of tunnels in this thing. Tomb. Pavilion, maybe. Lean to shelter. Okay, so this is where it's very, very detailed. Let's get at one of the biggest discussions. Number one, no one say, and I'm going to tell you for two reasons why. No one say that you think that these shadows mean of the little ones, okay? Okay? Because two reasons. One's it's not. Two, though, the most important one is I'm going to mute you because you can't say that stuff on here, okay? Now, let me get at it. These symbols are not the symbols of what you're trying to think that it is, okay? It starts with a P, okay? Of what happened there. That's not what these are. These symbols are something else, and I'm someone who digs into rabbit holes big time. And I don't know what these are. So could, Tyler mentioned earlier, he was like, hey, dude, could this be just decoration? Sure, but I don't know. So if you noticed, you have 3 squares here on the left, and then you have, the snake path here. Hold on. And then you've got, I'll continue on, but I got an idea now. Then you have the 3 squares again, and then you have 2 squares. Then you have your lines again, and then you got like this fire pit or whatever. Now you also have symbols that are here as well. Now they deal with a lot of squares and that zigzag pattern. But nope. That zigzag pattern ended up being steps. Someone said that earlier, so shout out to you, whoever it was. That's a flag of something there. I wonder what that flag was on there. That's a hut. Now, what would be the point? These boats never come off. I'm starting to wonder who these people are. When was your picture taken and who the heck are you? It's an American flag that's back there. Who are these people? Anyone with an idea? Why was the flag American? I don't know. Why do you think this is Photoshop? It's known for good snorkeling. But this ship, okay, that's there a lot. Let me go through time. This is 2017. Don't y'all forget February 2017. Oh, never mind. I thought it was there a lot. You see other ships. There's one. Hold on. I'm thinking that's when someone went over there and took pictures. Huh. All right, I need to get back. They took a ton of images, by the way, in 2017 of this place. It could be also, I wonder, if these people might have been working for an agency and wanted to make themselves look like that they were there vacationing when instead they were trying to see what was on the island. Was it? Now, Idol Smasher is someone that I'm very well respected and known, but is that correct? What you're saying? It is? This was posted? Found it on TripAdvisor. Are you kidding me? Oh boy. Oh boy. Search up Happy Island Charters. I don't think I want to. But I'm going to. You said it was on TripAdvisor. Hold on. I'm trying to find the other one. Too funny. Not funny. Dude, I so want to search something, but I don't want to exactly get y'all looking in into someone wrongfully, but I just questioned another Happy Island charter. I'll just say that. All right. I know they were identified. I just can't recall where, but interesting. It's a common place for charters to stop. They bring you right to shore. Really? Insane. All right, so let's get back to the island. This is the other island. We're going to have to get into that one too. All right. Now, here's the big thing. Or not the big thing. There's a lot of big things. Everybody, can you see this? Can y'all see this? Sarah, is that the same location that you gave me earlier, Sarah? Yeah, it's the exact same. Sarah, you're going to have to hold on with sending me some coordinates. So that's right, checkerboard. That's all I got for you. So it's on the ground. You can tell that because here's the walkway into this building. And it is between the temples down here and that entrance place is up there on the right. And then you also have the that's such bullshit on this. Anyhow, let's put a tennis court on top of this. You know what's funny is it's not even a level tennis court. It's literally there just for show. That is definitely a building there that cars could drive into. Oh yeah, I'm thinking bunker stuff too, all over the place. Checkered board is X's and O's. Okay. Now this looks like stadium seating or something that's here. I don't know. There's waves down here. A wave pattern. Now I wondered if this was like, an amphitheater type deal. Zoom in and zoom in more. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the Panther Paw. I appreciate that. Let me give a shout out real quick. Bar Girl Jamie sent in 54 Let 'em Cooks. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Juan. It's me, Heather, Sarah. By the way, y'all crushed over 100,000 likes. Let's go. I appreciate that. Selly Cell. Bar Girl Jamie with crabs. Oh boy. Clifford, thank you. West Coast, thank you for the Let 'em Cooks. Clarksville Drone. Crit, Bryn, it's just me. Supernova, thank you so much. Tim, thank you as well. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Bowden. Thank you, everybody else. Crap seemed appropriate. It did. Solar panels, you think? So, okay, so if... Where'd the person say solar panels? Dang damn it, your comment. There you are. So Ronald said solar panels. Here's my only thing I'll say to it. So if you're correct, then that would explain, powering, some of this stuff around here. But the only thing that I sit there and I'm like scratching my head on is then why not cut out all these other trees then? Yep. So that would be my only complaint. Now I do know that, I've seen them. People that have solar panels and they got trees all around them. So, but I'm like you, Megan. Why have that? Smack in the middle of trees. All right, let's get in more. Now, you've seen through images, boats coming in and out of this place. But this is definitely a vehicle right here. So this place was high enough for a vehicle to come into. Is this another tunnel? Look at the shadow being casted here. Could this go this way and go underneath the road? Look at the name of the boats. I wish I could. Too obvious, I think, right? But that... Man, that could be another tunnel spot. I'm going to have to go through this like tomorrow and sit here and mark all these potential tunnel spots. This is actually built up. I thought it was just a pad, but there's stuff that could be stored here. This is definitely like a shed, because you can see how much the shadow comes off of this. So they kept trailers and stuff up here. And we got so much. So we're in February of 2017, by the way. We still got years to go. No idea. No idea what that would be for, but I do think that's something. Man, I was almost about to say this almost looks like spelling here, but could be just a wall. This is built up. These are retaining wall, retaining wall, retaining wall, retaining wall, retaining wall, yada, yada, yada. So this is built up. And this, I just realized, this is built up and then built down. So you walk up into this and then you walk down into this. Yeah, I know who owns it. I can't remember, but okay. So lots more palm trees. Cardinal direction added. That pool is massive. Someone's laying out right here. I think that's Maxwell. Yeah, someone's laying out right there. That's a bullhead. Where? Where are you seeing a bullhead at? To the left? Do I need to keep going left? It's in the grass. Okay, you said there. So somewhere in here. Hold on, I'll stop right here. Go to the right some. Are you talking this? You found your people, right? Give me a follow. Did they really? I never heard that. That's the ram head? Are you saying this right here? This looks like a trail to get from the boat. Hold on. Get from the boat, you go through this trail, you come up here. But then you also have a point where you can go underneath this. Right here, you can go underneath here. You can see the shadows of that. See a skull? Bull skull. Looks like a wall. Training wall shadow. Yep. Yep. You got a shadow here. Right, Tash? Tash said nothing is a coincidence, especially on this island. So this could be grasses here. You definitely got trees that are on top of this. This is a big building here. There's your trail here. Cardinal direction. You got your, what some think is ritual stuff of the shells. There was a lot into it. This looks like flowers are right here, white and red. Building. you can walk on this trail and you go into this building down here. Now this could just be all palm trees in here. All right, let's see if anybody's saying anything. A lot of stuff under the underground. Came in, yeah, but I'm also have my stuff over there on the red side. I seen snail shapes. Yep. So right there, another E. Yep. And here's the thing. If you wanted, like the thing is, if you wanted to say that this was into the direction of the east, it's not. If you can see up here to the top right, that's in the direction of north. By the way, we saw at one point in time, I'll have to show you all this later, but there's a lot of red. And don't you say what you think it is that was along the shore in the ocean. Is it E or 3? Okay. E for his name, maybe. I thought the other E that I saw earlier tonight was the entrance. If you don't know what I'm talking about on that, press 1 and I'll go back and show you. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, the E on the entrance, let me know and I'll go back to it. Landing pad, no, definitely not. The dimensions are off for an E and there be number everywhere. Yeah. Okay, so a lot of people y'all don't know. So before the island was in like any development. All right, by the way, someone remember for me February 2017. That's where we need to get to. Okay? Let me show you something. Okay. So you see nothing's developed on this island. Nothing here, nothing here. You got some buildings, but not much, okay? So over here, there was a big old stinking E right here. And I sat there and I said, because a lot of us was like, what's the E mean? A lot of y'all thought the last name, right? And so I sat there and I was like, could E mean entrance? Check this out. In time. So you come up to 2006, 4 years later, guess what now you got? You got this. You end up having pavement put in into this spot. There's tons of places that I question, is it tunnels? Like this mound that's right here, this ends up being a tennis court in 2016, but watch this. Look at this. This was before the pyramid was there. You can see the shadow right in here. So now let's go. Where was I at? February what? What was the date I told y'all? Yeah, I think goes underground. 2017, thanks. Okay. Now, this ends up being developed. Now, this never gets developed anymore, but this was developed. I have no idea what it is. You can definitely tell that this is a different type of pavement than here. And this starts like dirt road. Then it goes back to a pavement down here, but this goes into dirt. Those are definitely stairs. So you got a straight walking path, or you got a stairs that you can go down and up. That's some type of pole that's down there. No idea. Huh. They ended up making that into more grass. That was like a lake. This looks like that looks really big. I don't know what that is right there. Then you got where some thought that maybe this was an amphitheater. Some people thought it was solar power. You can see somebody sunbathing right here, looking straight up, hands propped behind the head, legs down here, head up here, sunbathing. From two different buildings, did a simple equation and had an error margin. I wish I knew what you were talking about, Sarah. Sorry. For sure has electrical blanks, domestic water pumps, generators. Yeah. Swampy areas where that spot was, where the excavators, all that development takes equipment. Right. So all that is over here. And these are propped up buildings, so you can definitely drive stuff in and out. You can see the shadows here. Haven't seen any sub entrance. It's a static fixture at the end of the pool. Were they mapping out a golf course? I haven't seen a golf course. This is another point of interest for me that I think is a tunnel right here. So you walk up these stairs right here, you walk up, and then you walk down, and that's why you have such a shadow that goes into here. Look at that sundial this time. I'm telling you, what type of freaking sundial is this? Like, oh man. I'm gonna have to see. Like, if there's any type of images and things like that. I got something for y'all. There's how the sundial is. Now, we've seen the sundial change. So there'd be a lot of times that it would change the way it looked. So, got to do my Roman numerals. So, this is 6, but this is 6. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then that's right on center, and then you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But no numbers down here. Why? Is that benches right there? What are y'all saying? Dark hours? Hold on. Let's see. Give me a second. It said it was an artistic. Not on that place. Rocks at 6 and 6, right? And you don't have any rocks down here below. Hold on. Let me pull it up a little bit for y'all. You do have a big rock up here at 12. Rock 6 and 6. Yeah, Sarah, I have that saved. The bitches seem to be in the clock position. Agreed. You got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You got 13 benches. This is a horizontal. So chat says, I'm going to read this off to y'all, but I can bring it over if y'all need to see it. Chat says this is a horizontal sundial, but specifically a human scale horizontal sundial with an elevation gnomon. Horizontal sundial, the clock face is flat on the ground and the shadow casting the gnome rises up at the angle, but this one has two special features. A giant elevated gnomon, instead of a thin rod, it uses huge poles or stone pillars. This is what you see casting that long dramatic shadow, obviously. The face is decorated, blah, blah, blah. I don't see cardinal directions on it. Colored markers around the perimeter. Does the sun's face mean something? The sun is conscious, or a guiding force is what it means. It's also an ancient poetic name for the sun is the eye of the day. It was used in the European sundials between the 1500s and 1800s. Those colored blocks around the edge, these are seasonal markers used to show summer, winter, solstice, shadow points, equinox alignment. Let's see. So the sundial as a solar key. Now this is the rabbit hole angle to the soul. If you're just joining, this is the island that we're on. Okay, this is the rabbit hole of what it is. There's a theory that pops up in fringe circles that giant ground sundials aren't just timepieces, but solar-coded markers used in secret societies. They track, number one, they track solar activation windows. The idea, certain groups believe the sun emits, wow, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Am I reading this off? Emits cyclical energetic burst, spiritual, dimensional, or informational as predictable times. Fuck. Man, y'all making me curse. These are called solar gates, timeline openings, illumination windows. Large sundials supposedly function as giant clocks to know when these occur. The shadow pointing to certain markers is believed to show when rituals or gatherings should happen. I don't need to read this all off again, do I? Wow. Number 2, the sun face symbol as a watcher. As a watcher. That's what it means for the sundial's face here. No wonder they changed the face. People try to say that that's artistic, and it isn't. It's intentional. It resembles the Heliophase, the Greek sun god, Sol Invictus, which is Roman cult, and remember when I said Eye of the Sun? Egyptian solar magic. The face represents the observing entity. The sun, this is so freaking sick. I did not know that this. The sun as a conscious force that oversees ritual timing. The face is said to be placed so that the gnomon shadow converts the eye at key times, symbolizing the sun watching itself. So freaking sick. A moment of perfect alignment used by occult groups. Number 3, the cardinal directions, alignment markers. The big letters are colored blocks around the edge tie into another theory. You gotta be kidding me. Do you know what this means? This is the guys. I'm about to tell y'all some sick stuff, so just hold your tongue. Grab your stomach. Red means Mars for war. Blue is Jupiter for knowledge. Yellow is Sun for life force. Green is Venus for rebirth. Purple is Saturn for binding. They're all a gate. When the shadow hits a certain color, it's supposed to mark a specific invocation window. Y'all all get to rewatch this on YouTube, by the way. The pole that's here, which is the gnomon right here, that you see, this is an energy channel. The part, it's an obelisk, is considered a solar antenna, a structure that channels energy between Earth and the sun. So when they see a giant pole casting a giant shadow on a solar face, they say it's part of the same solar, I don't have to keep saying this, as the Washington Monument, the Vatican Piazza, and Cleopatra's Needle. So it's a shadow that connects the sun above with the earth below, forming a bridge. Good grief. When mapped out, they can form solar temples. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Think about the Stonehenge. Oh man, I don't think I want to know any more stuff than what I just walked into. Chaco Canyon. Like, this is all up there in solar temple crap. How much sick stuff has been happening in our world? Dude, I have always questioned, how bad was it before the flood? I have always questioned, how bad was it on Sodom and Gomorrah? And we got this? Dude, you can say whatever you want. I don't care. And I don't mean that means to type it out. This is on the island. Home T. You can say whatever you want in your head about that. That's such a kid's... Oh, I said it. That's such a little one's face. You can say whatever you want to about this island of where things happened. Just say it in your head. This is sick. I now question if the Stonehenge is sick. I now question about the Washington Monument. Am I alone? Like, press 1 if you were sitting here being like, hey, WDP, we're all in the same boat. I'm not done with this thing, by the way. Number 6, ritual timing. Equinox ceremony, solstice rites, initiation nights. You gotta be freaking kidding me. No wonder they don't have numbers down here. Sunset vigils. So the numbers plus the face plus the spikes are supposedly used by secret for their schedule. The idea is that sunlight plus geometry equals signals. A giant sundial becomes a cosmic calendar. Guys, if I'm gone tomorrow, like if WDP is taken off the maps, y'all just know the last big woo-ha thing that I made big. If you want to do me one favor, whenever you leave this live tonight, go and watch my video that I put up about this. You know, what, 3 hours ago? Dude, I gotta rewatch this. A giant sundial becomes a cosmic calendar, not for the public, but for insiders who know which shadow positions mean what. Dude, I gotta put this sundial away. Y'all who know me know that I reach a point to where it's like, this is too sick. Like, I'm about to go walk away from the computer. What's it mean? I think the writing was on the wall what this thing means, and that's not for anyone to say. Press 1 if you understand exactly what that thing meant. Dude, how the freak? That is wild. Guys, this place was off another level. Where you think you know what happened on this island? Well, you think you know what happened on this island? We don't know. I am going to sit here and actually say I don't think we know. Look, I showed y'all earlier, and don't y'all dare say what you think it was. But I showed you on this beach earlier, there was a lot of red here on this beach. I wonder if we ever will. I think I am officially going to say I hope I don't know. I think I might actually sit there and be like, hey, look, I'm moving off of this planet. Like, I am going to move off this planet. A lot of people ask me, if it wasn't for America, where would I move to? And I point out a lot of reasons why there's a lot of places I wouldn't. After this, dude, let me explain the type of person I am. I'm a type of person who can watch a lot of military stuff, okay? That should tell you a lot, okay? I can watch those horrific acts take place, okay? And not blink an eye, you know? Like, I will deep dive into that stuff, and it won't eat me alive. This will eat me up. Well, I'm glad that someone's making some type of joke so I can get my mind off of things. But the real said, "Hey, buddy, sorry to break it to you, but if you could get off the planet, we wouldn't need bunkers." But how's it going? What's happening in the life? We're at the island, Jeff's Island. Where am I at on this place? I got way too caught up in that sundial, and I never want to look at it again. Even though I'm gonna, unfortunately, I will though. Now I want to know about the other sundials that I've seen that have been freaking weird. Hold on. I'm going to just flash something on the screen. I don't care. Now, I actually have a way more look into what this place is. What this place is. For down the rabbit hole we go, right? I should have changed my name from more Deadpool to like Rabbit Man or something like that. I'm not sure the real. I wonder if the Boring Company was involved in tunnels. West Virginia said, holy crap. Like, this is how fast my mind develops. When I go to sleep tonight, y'all know that I'm going to have 32 conversations inside my head, right? For those who do not know me, I sit there and say that I have 32 different types inside my head. It's how I analyze things insanely, okay? And then I got the voice that talks. Desi, actually do this for me. Desi, send me a message, and we'll do that one next time. Because I think after I'm done with this, I'm gonna have to take a breather. Okay, so where the heck are we? I'm not asking you to tell me. I'm trying to think where I need to be at on this freaking island of where we were looking at the last. This hut was added, by the way. 2017, this place was off the charts. All right, let's go up a date. Actually, hold on. Before we do, I want to look at this island. Palm trees added. Clearing stuff out big time over here. This place is being really, really developed. Again, pizza place out here. Look how many boats are over here. Don't give me this. Like, look at the spot that all these boats are at. Okay? They don't want to be over here. They don't want to be over here. They don't want to be over here. No. They want to be smack over here. Y'all don't know how. Oh man, y'all got to learn. Dude, this is probably going to be my longest night. Not really, because I've done a 24-hour life, but yeah, like the second island. Like, this was plans for something way bigger, way sinister. Let me check something. Yep. Yeah, this was the second island. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, this was the second island. Look at the development on this. Whoever said, yeah, 777. Welcome to the War Deadpool show. Dude, what do you think this place? Not for you to answer. Definitely not for you to answer. What the was this place going to end up being? Look. I'm surprised I didn't find an E on this place. Probably is somewhere. Now I'm looking. How many people came to this place? What is that out there? I don't know. I don't think I want to know. Okay. Back to Sicko. Do you think that the woods... I'm not sure. Maybe, Shelly. I'm going to pin this comment, and it's only going to stay up for about 7 seconds. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 seconds. I gotta Guys, I'm going to end up going deep diving later on my own, because I'm telling you, there's something up with 3 squares, lines, 3 squares, 2 squares, lines, fire pit. I don't even know if that just came out right in the back of my head, but fire pit. Okay. Too late, the real. All right. Let's see what ends up being developed. There were so many images taken on 2017. That almost looks like something. So you come down Hey, that looks like another bench. And I don't think I'm ever going to look at benches again that have color to it. So, where's that sicko? Where's this? I said I wasn't going to look at it. Green, orange, purple. Green, red, yellow. Okay, hold on. 3G. How many oranges do we see? 1 orange. How many purples do we see? 1, 2. 2P. How many? So we got green, orange, and purple, and red. Now, how many yellows? 1, 2, 3. Y'all are about to see how my mind does. How many blues? 2 blues. Oh. Okay, so take note of this. The blues are right before the 6 and right after the 6. Okay? So maybe sunrise and sunset is what this is. The yellows are right before and right after it. That's purple. That's green. Those 3, I don't know what they are. But let me point this out though. Now I need to come back over. So there's 3 green, 1 orange, 2 purple, 3 yellow, 2 blue. The colors repeat in a pattern. So that's a code. Okay, hold on. Okay, green. Dang it. Nope. Y'all are just gonna have to chill and wait. So it goes green, red, yellow, blue, yellow. Purple, green, red, yellow. Blue, green, orange, purple. So from 2, I would think that this would kind of be like a, because that's 3. So this would be more like 2, and this would be more like 10. So you have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where, hold on. Okay, so I accidentally scroll down to the live. All right, so if you don't know what is going on, this is the sundial that is on Jeff's Island. Whatever reason, well, I won't say whatever reason. The media got me sucked into this one. So I got to looking into the sundial because why? Because you're not going to say this, but look. What the sundial's face was right here, okay? That's what used to be there. They used to change it, okay? So I got to looking into it, and I was like, you notice how the numbers are all the way up here at the top? And I was like, what is going on here? And so, right, so there's benches here. And the benches, by the way, the benches used to be on the outside, and then they moved them to the inside. Check this out. Does this thing open up? Hey guys, does this open up? Do you see how the circle is right here? And then do you see this line right here? Hold on a second. I'm trying to find someone. Hey, is any of my mods in here? I don't know who. Oh, okay. It's spam. Okay, I got him. I got him. Okay. So, all right. Now, y'all ready for this? The color sequence is GRYBYPGRYBGOP. You want me to write that? You want me to copy and paste that for you, kiddos? Now, this counts 3 green, 3 yellow, 2 red, 2 blue, 2 purple, 1 orange. There are 13 colored blocks, not 12. That's the other thing interesting on this, okay? 13 is the classic number. 13 means bloodline, 13 steps on the pyramid, 13 zodiac signs. If you include Ophiuchus, by the way, okay? So someone could easily spin this as hidden 13 zodiac solar cult dial. Following me here? Follow here, okay? All right? Instead of a normal 12-hour clock. All right? Number 2, there's 6 and the blue gates. All right? From what I wrote, numbers from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock is what I sat there and put in. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 6 appears at the 3 and the 9 position, and blue sits right after the first 6 and right before the second. Okay? If you want to, wow. There's 2 outer 6 with the run of hours between them is like 6 to 6, meaning bracketing the active part of the dial. If you toss in the central sun face as a third 6, the eye and central point, you can easily sell a soft 6, 6, 6. Anybody want to give Mama a shout out for jumping to the conclusion, but right before I did? This is wild, guys. The real Sergo, can you send that to me in a message, by the way? Michelle, send that to me in a message, by the way, as well. Mama jumped to it before I said it. You want to throw up, right? Someone asked to repeat it. Yeah, I'll repeat it. 2 outer 6s here and here, okay? Now, here's the thing too. How many benches do you have underneath there? 6. But anyhow, 2 outer 6s with the run of hours between them is like 6. So you have 6, then your 6 hours to 6. Oh, there's 7. Okay, so hold on. So what it's saying is for the 6 hours. Sorry. So that's what it's saying. So you got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that gives you your 6. You follow him in there? So you have 6 hours for 20. So that's what's giving you your 6 and your 6 and your 6. And then you have 6 benches on the top. So, oh, don't you do that 6, 7 stuff on here. But this could be spun into trip 6. The blue flaking, those 6s can be framed. Now this is blue, as you see, right after and right before. Okay? The waters above and below, you got to be freaking sick. Y'all listen to this. This is Watergate. This is Watergate. The waters above and the waters below. They're portals on each side of the dial. Time begins and ends. Wow. Time compressed into one arc. Jumping on to the next place. Right? Firmament. Look, you got to remember that what the devil does with things, okay? He draws a circle around stuff and he makes it demonic, okay? Like you can sit there and you can look into a star and you'll be like, hey, it's normal. And then you put a circle around it, you throw the Joker upside down. What do you got? You got satanic stuff, okay? All right, now let's go into the third thing. Time compressed into one arc. Instead of the hours evenly around the circle, most of the days numbers are crammed between 10 and 2, with only 6s on the outside. That lets you say the entire cycle of the day is 6 to 11 and 1 to 5. Is folded into the upper arc, heaven sky. You got to be fucking sorry. I don't mean to curse. It just makes me sick thinking of this. While the lower part of the circle is under the sun's chin, you got to be kidding me. Is a timeless underworld zone. That's what y'all are right. There is definitely tunnels. The central, good grief. I think this thing opened up. The central face with radiating rays then becomes the sun deity controlling all time in a small band of heaven, which is a classic solar cult imagery. Ra, Helios, Sun Invictus. The color pattern as a code. I wonder how many people are actually gonna like that are going to be like, dude, you gotta follow War Deadpool. He's deep. Your counts: 3 green, 3 yellow, 2 red, 2 blue, 2 purple, 1 orange makes a neat 3-3-2-2-2-1. You can spin it this way: 3 plus 3 equals 6. 2. You gotta be kidding me again. 3 greens plus 3 yellows give you what? 6. 2 reds plus 2 blues plus 2 purples gives you what? 6. Hidden is 6 and 6 inside the colors. The single orange block is the odd one out. You can frame it as a marker for some special azimuth. I can't say that word right. The date, the solar position, solstice, equinox, or event time. Ground reality. It's almost certainly just as Let's see. This is crazy. You just, there's stuff like, if you hear me pause for a minute, that's not pausing to take a breath. That's pausing because I read something like you just said and I have to skip it because I can't say it. I don't even want to say what is dripped right through here. You even have the rocks placed at those points too. All right, so someone said how many dots? You can probably guess, don't guess. Sam, you can send that to me if you want to in a private message. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. You have 24. That is crazy. Yeah, time markers, yeah. But yeah, good grief. Oh yeah, we've been going crazy. And 2 plus 4, that's a thought, 6. So, how many freaking 6s are showing up in this thing? So, check this out. You would think that 24 dots reach 24 hours, right? There's a little bit of a problem. Sundials do not use all 24 hours on the dial. It uses a weird 6 to 11, 1 to 5 along the top, and with double 6s flanking it. So the 24 dot around the sun is not marking normal hours. It means it's a symbolic 24. 24, you gotta be kidding me. "24 watchers or gatekeepers, 24 divisions of the sky in ancient Babylonian astronomy. 24 ruins, an elder whatever, Futhark, 24 seasons in some Eastern solar terms." So it's a celestial meaning. 24 dots plus 13 benches give you this. The combination is weirdly frequent in symbolic installations. 24 equals a full cycle, meaning completion. 13 is the hidden one. Do you remember how I said the astrology signs? You actually have 13 if you include Ophiuchus. So you have the hidden one, and we literally have a freaking comet atlas that is flying through the sky right now, coming at us from a hidden direction, and just throwing out crap. Anyhow, so 13 equals the hidden one. Ophiuchus, secret cycle, extra zodiac sign, 13 tribe, 13 bloodline. So the outer ring tracks the 24 cosmic hours, the inside tracks the 24 cosmic hours, while the 13 color stations mark the 13 steps or gates of initiation. Oh, man. This is straight up insane, satanic. Time in heaven is 24, time on earth is 12, but there's a hidden 13. The sundial combines all three. 24 around the sun means crown of watchers. Do y'all understand what they're meaning by watchers? Just one for yes. What you're looking at, this is the sundial on the island. Right? More triple sixes. 13 original months. Actually, you're probably going to have to send me a question so I end up seeing it. Yeah, you don't follow. By the way, this man, Idol, thank you so much for bringing this up. Lunar calendar, 13. This is what screwed up our time. Man screwed up our time, okay? We were supposed to go off of the solar calendar, okay? We didn't. People behaved stupidly. People caused a flood. Days were thrown off to 365. Should have never been that way. Okay? It was to be a perfect 12 months with 30 days and then 1 day given extra every 4 months. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to go and crack open the book of, what is Idol? Which book is it that goes into it? It's not Enoch. Enoch talks about the solar calendar as well. It's on the tip of my tongue. What is the book's name? Thank you, Ashley. Book of Jubilees. Thank you so much, Belle. How the heck did you pull that out of your butt? Yes, the Book of Jubilees speaks about that. So, Bar Girl, thanks for the meteor shower. Thank you, Corin. Thank you, Crochet Girl. I don't know who else has been sending me stuff, but I appreciate y'all. This is wild. All right, let's get back into it. So you have 24 around the sun equals crown of watchers. When you look at the design, the sun face in the center, rays outside of it, and then you have the 24 dots. Circle. The layout is nearly identical to esoteric and medieval diagrams. 24 elders before the throne, the watcher surrounding the Son of Heaven, the 24 stations of light. So this is how this sick crap was turned. So it means a central deity is literally called a solar throne motif. And remember, you had the 666 in here. The dial compresses time above, but the 24 dots restore the full cycle. Bench colors 13, segments, the hour markers use that pattern that we've already talked about, but the center has 24 dots restoring the real time. So it's like 3 clocks layered on top of each other. Clock 1 is the public one. Clock 2 is the colored one. 13, that whole entire hidden tribes, hidden cycles, hidden zodiac. And then the 24 is the full cosmic clock. So that's exactly how symbolic architects hide multiple meanings in one object. Add the double sixes and boom, you know. So those were representing water gates. Get into some other stuff I ain't talking about. The entire actual hour compressed into one small arc. Said nothing about this. Sundial is purely functional. Yeah, this thing was made into symbolism. Good night. Focal point for summoning rituals. Yeah, it is. Watergate? Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, Caleb, did you just come in here? How long we been live now? Almost 4 hours. Message you a question. Thank y'all. I will eventually look at the questions. Those designs you showed earlier, the ones that have been since erased. Labyrinth, yep. Oh yeah, Sam. I have to go back and watch this again. Mel, have a wonderful and blessed night. Thanks for being here. Yes, the lake in the ocean near the. Wait, what now, Sarah? Thanks for the freaking invite. You're welcome. Rituals took place. I know for a fact. Yep, unfortunately. Man, that's wild. All right, give me a break for just a minute. No, I like. I need to go stick my head inside the fridge for a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I returned with snacks. What I miss? What'd y'all say? Let's see. What have y'all said? I can't get over how one of the 4 points of the island looks like the face. Which island? See Donald Duck. Nothing was said. Nothing. Look at I am's comment above. Ooh, okay. What did I am say? Anyone notice? Oh, Disney characters in the road. Now you got me thinking. Arrow at the bottom, look like a bird. Too late, share the snacks. Right? I probably don't want to know what you're thinking either. I think the idea just popped in my head. They do anything to Dog Island? Doesn't look like it. Check out the clock I sent you. Oh yeah, I'll have to do it when I get off of here. I can't do it while I'm on the computer. You're right. Yeah, he owned this island and he owned the bigger one. So I'm glad. So we're just in 2017, by the way. Hold on, I gotta check something. Hold on. Do you know when the first formal investigation happened on that island? Do you want to know the first formal investigation? Nope. Way back further than 2019. Nope. Way back further than 2009. Kayla got it. 2004, everybody. This is in 2017 when this place was fully developed. Let me show you what 2004 looked like. This is what 2004 looked like. When you still had a freaking E where I think is a tunnel. Where you didn't have no temple. Where you just had little bitty houses. They let this develop. Into a sinister thing. Do you all understand that? So much was not here. Back then it was in, I'm not going to say ages. Oh, good grief, I don't want to say this. All right, I'm not saying that. This was a 13-month undercover probe. The three letters, then opened its own investigation prior to mid-2006. That's insane. Dude. Wow. This could actually go back to 1996, by the way. But in 2004 is when there was definitely an investigation. In March 2005, there was another thing. A mother alleged her stepdaughter had been taken there. That launched another 13th month investigation. Then you had the federal that came in July of 2006. They literally named it Operation Leap Year. So let me show you what 2006 looked like. So 2006 looked like this. Still no temple. Still no freaking temple. They let this crap get out of hand. They let this get out of hand. Look, even like this is when a tunnel was being made. Do y'all understand this? Right, 777, that's kind of what I was thinking when they called it Operation Leap Year. By May of 2007, a federal prosecutor drafted 60 counts of indictment against him. But negotiations led to controversial NPA in which Jeff pled guilty to a Florida state charge and received immunity from many. That's in 2007. Let's go to 2007. Oh, okay, it's not there. But guess what? The temple definitely wasn't there. They allowed. I'm gonna say this a ton of times. They allowed this to get out of hand. State prosecution, 2008. Again, no temple built. Jeff pled guilty in Florida on 2 state charges. Can't read them off. He was sentenced to 18 months in jail with work release privileges. Are y'all listening to this? He served 13 months and was released under unusual conditions. Are you listening? Still no temple built. "2019 was when the resurgence came. They literally dropped ship from 2008 to 2019. They watched this place with 60 counts and many others with him serving jail time, and they allowed this place to develop. Into this. Lemon, you don't have to keep repeating that. Just give me a little while when I can go into looking stuff. This is nuts. 11 years? 11 years of not doing anything. No, you're good, Lemon. While in federal custody in New York in 2019 is when he hold on. You know that island wasn't sold till 2023? No, Chuck, no. I was... No, man, could y'all imagine if I started choking right now? Like, all of y'all would be freaking out, being like, someone just took out poor Deadpool. Please don't do it, right? No, it's an individual who owns it. Yeah. It's Steven Deckoff. He wants to develop the island into a luxury resort. But good night. They let this develop, y'all. $60 freaking counts. Yeah, I wouldn't go on a vacation down there. I couldn't do it. If you send me to this island, I'm going to burn it. Like, any of y'all, would y'all ever visit this island? All right. On to past this month. Heck no. No, burn it. Should have been burnt. Should have been dropped below sea level. Guys, I'm going back. Between the time, I want you to actually think, okay? Between the time of 2006, when the FBI was doing a formal investigation, to the time of 2007, there were 60 counts. That's like a year and a half. In a year and a half, 60 counts. This guy wasn't arrested until 2019 of July. That place insanely developed after their big 60 count. 2006 to 2007. 60 counts. He serves 13 months in jail. He gets out. This place went on to another insane level. One. The only thing that we know is the speculation. By the way. All we know, does anybody in here know how many victims? I'm not talking survivors. I'm talking victims. Does anybody know how many victims there are? Do you want to guess? So we don't know an actual number. All we know is that it exceeds over 1,000. Insane. Do what? Hold on. Timeout. Do y'all see Sam's comment that I just pinned? To give you what gematria is, that's where 1 equals A, B equals 2, C equals 3, da 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 da. But then you go into where you put it tying into other words for what the total equals up to. That's what this place. Good grief. This thing had writing on the wall what it was going to be. Is there possible? Jacko asked, is it possible for that there are paranormal activities there? Let me ask you this, Jekyll. Were you in here while I broke this down? You were, yeah. So, hands down, yeah. If they were doing that type of stuff, people probably, hold on, people probably, Jamie. Did you see what I showed of the water in the ocean at one point in time? Is that another translation? Watch the Watchers? Hold on. Time out. Sam, is that another translation in gematria? Is watch the watchers of it? Show again? No, go to YouTube and hit rewind. There are 3 Jamies. No. No one's in trouble. So what language? I don't know which one. Sam, which language are you translating that from? It's probably Hebrew more than likely. Or, I mean, Hebrew or Arabic. Oh, Jamie, yeah, if you didn't see Watergate, you need to jump over to my YouTube and watch there. You can rewind it. You can see the sundial. All right. Time to go explore again, unfortunately. Let's see if anything jumps out different. Ooh, this looks pretty clear. I didn't see anything look different. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's not a pool, y'all. I mean, that's not a pond, y'all. You see how it arcs like this? Dude, if you think that the temple was the only place, you're mistaken. This whole entire island. Yeah, you're like, that's wild. Good to see you, Only If. I did not notice that. I thought it was a pond. Yeah, see, it used to be a pond. You see that? They were slowly chipping away at this. Slowly chipping away at it. So that was back in 2009. Now we're in 13. Now we're in 14. 2016 it developed. That is crazy. Okay. That one stayed a pond. They had plans for this. Something. I want to know what was here, because this is like rocks, and then that's a concrete pad that's different than the road coming in or out of it. Something was there. And we're in 2017. We're 2 years before he gets arrested. Dude, there was a lot of activity going on up here. It almost looks like there's a lot of people standing out there too. Wonder how many buried? Yeah. Something ended up being developed into here. 2017. Now hold on a second. Let's go look over here for a second. Something set footprint right here. Like they wanted to build something. This stuff was already here. this started being developed into something. Okay. So let's continue on. Clouds. Why is that thing a face now? Smile dot dot. You know what? I wonder if they opened that hole during certain times and then they closed it after. Yeah, Dennis, we've been talking about that. Dude, the symbolism is wild on this. No wonder there's so many screenshots. Oh, now that's a divot. That's a big divot there. Yeah, so September 2017, something was going in there. Why does the temple look like that? Why does that temple almost look like it restructured? I'm going to have to keep looking at that. So building that up again. Continuing to build it up. Did they demolish the temple and put up a new one? This is in 2017, November. Yeah, 777. I think they demolished. Am I on the temple? Okay, no, I'm wrong. The temple stayed. What they changed, though, was this building over here. This was the entrance underneath. Wrong spot. Thanks, Rena. Rena gonna call me out. Rena says she ain't scared. Wait, y'all. Oh man, hold on. Hold on. I'll show you something. I guess a lot of y'all were like, wait, what? I didn't know this. Give me a second. Don't go chaos now. Just sit there and say, I understand the assignment. You ready? Like, you understand the assignment? What happened to the court here? Big changes were happening in 2017. Now, one thing is the temple looked like it lost its gold dome, though. But that could be, you know. And so in 2018, they cleared a lot out. So look at this. So you see the waves, you see a platform here, and then you see all this. I don't know what it means, but you see a lot of stuff in that spot. By the way, January of 2018 is when you had someone there. Man, I wish I could see the numbers on there. Do I think Tom Hanks? Tom Hanks. There's that other thing. I don't like Tom Hanks. I'll just leave it at that. So they were developing this more. They were developing this. This was getting a facelift. Yeah, they definitely opened this up. They kept closing and opening this. Okay. Hold on. By the way, you know that you're being watched when there's tons of Google images taking place. So they completely demolished this house right here. And then they started building something here. And looks like they were trying to build stuff still there. Okay. I still have no idea what that is. Looks like they added something right there, I think. No. They did something here. They opened that up. Yeah, they've been working that spot right there. So they were turning this into something. It's a big time clear picture. Let's see what we have. I think the top of the temple was taken off. The gold dome was taken off. This would have been April of 2019. When was he arrested? July is when he was arrested. There's some clear pictures. Kinda. Wonder what the plan was out there. Yeah, he was definitely changing that sundial though. I mean, not the sundial, changing the temple. Look at how much work was here. This was after he deleted himself. They took something out here. See how they were moving a lot of dirt out of here? Just had deja vu. Zoom in more. Yeah. I mean, that's very big. I mean, you got some type of like tanker type truck that's there. Get a flatbed truck right here. And some other stuff. Still had stuff that was down there. This now actually looks like this could have been cut out in here. Ooh, that looks more like a tunnel right there for a second. Hold on. I think I've been missing that. That is a tunnel too right there. That is another entrance for the tunnel right there. Dude, so many tunnels on this thing. Yep, tunnel was built there in March of 2018. More tunnels being built. What are we looking at? The island. The island. That's what we're looking at. You know, the island place. Yeah. So, all right, let's go forward on time. So this is when he gets arrested, 2019 in April. Lots of stuff on top of these buildings right here. This was April 18th. He was arrested on July 6th. Is when he was arrested. I think he got heads up something was coming because like all the chairs and everything are gone. So you might be right. Storage containers and stuff, like that may be. I don't know, Jess. Yeah, I'm watching the storage container, seeing if anything got moved around. Okay. This is the change in watercolor right here. But here's the thing. That's in January of 2020. I don't know. Red coral, red algae. I'm gonna go with I hope. When did this come into existence? Hold on a second. Oh, never mind. Dude, they took out a ton of trees on this place. Yeah, I think they took the gold dome off of this before he was arrested. Took them where, right? No idea, but lots changed. It was... I mean, look how many boats are there. This is in November of 2020. Look at the boats that are there. These are nice boats. Thing's supposed to be done because why? He took himself out. I mean, was that added? No. I wonder what this tunnel was here. Yeah, that's the island. You had movement on this island. Like... Hey guys. No, this is 2023. The island didn't sell. Or when did the... Hold on. When did the island sell? The island sold in May of 2023. Someone want to tell me when the sundial was still there? This is the last image we have of it. It's September of 2023. Why would... Hold on. Why would you keep that sundial? It's not a normal sundial. This is the sundial. That's not a regular sundial. Someone said the benches are gone. Does seem that way. The benches were gone before. Let's see. All right, so the benches were there in 2020. After that, they're gone. You know what's interesting is they also took away the beam, the nodum thing. Oh, I think so. Tash. How long have we been live? 4 hours, 48 minutes. Which could solidify the argument that it opens into the ground. Yeah, I feel it does. There was... Yeah, this is the sundown. There is a helicopter pad that was over here. Man, look how high that retaining wall was right here. This turned back into a pool. I just had a horrible thought that they flooded people in there. Where would Lolita land? What's... Yeah, that thought just crossed my mind. The trees are still up, so... Yeah, but I wonder if they would pull water in and out of this. And the Mayan Island and took out. Yeah, maybe. There was plans for this place. I've voted between those two islands. Oh yeah? Definitely lots of tunnels. Tons of tunnels. There was two islands that he owned. Definitely Holly. Surges would change the area. You could definitely dig tunnels into the sand and out into the ocean. Oh yeah. Right? Ain't no telling. But yeah, there was a project plan for something to happen here. And I don't know why the gold top was removed. The Golden Dome appears between July 2013, March 2014. Let's see. The most cited reason is the dome blew off during the 2017 hurricane. So that's what they're thinking. Let's see. So some say that they removed it before the feds showed up. So yeah, lots of buildings removed and things like that. So they think that he got rid of a ton of evidence. Let's see, there anybody living on the island now? Yeah, I said the guy earlier who owned it. Oh yeah, limit. Yeah, I covered that with that place out there. So I didn't see anything that seemed like a submarine tunnel or anything. Yeah, lemon. I covered that. Yeah, you're good. Let's see. Light versus darkness, wisdom versus initiation pass, gatekeeping knowledge. The square platform with railings looks like a stage. It has no furniture. Well, obviously, all right, so give me a second. Hold on. What was that on top? The golden thing right here on top of it. So you did have like some type of fire. You had a bench over here. You got 4 about the fire. Yeah, there was a ladder on there. Not sure how big the room was. Interesting. The gold dome wasn't blown off. It's refurbished. They made it all white. And they took away the symbols. I can't tell what this is. All right, so hold on. So there's the patterns better. Oh, quit it, TikTok. They'd drawn a faint door on it. So what's this on top? Like, are those birds? And then, like, what's this right here? I don't think it's an owl. No, I don't think it's the owl. Because it looks like it's got some. Let me zoom in some more. Yeah, I'm not sure what the one on the ground is. Trying to see if I can get a clearer image of it. What the is that? I'm looking on the side to see if I can figure out anything. Let's see. Hold on a second. It's an owl? Okay, so each red box is a single continuous line. They form a labyrinth-like spirals, but not true mazes. The mirror ancient rituals, possession designs. They're arranged symmetrically in rows. Whatever. They pull the eye inward, almost energy pass. Sonic tracing boards? Alright, hold on. I don't think that's a tracing board. Let's see the other one. Greek labyrinths. No. wouldn't say that's that. I mean, kind of, but not. Middle Eastern and North African courtyard patterns. Let's see. Nah. Let's see. No. So pathward in for transformation, pathway outward. The pink-red in-ear line is... Nah. The blue and white stripes on the building. Ottoman doors. Ancient serious bathhouse motifs. Hold on, I gotta check this out. I don't think so. I'll look at chat in a minute. The palms are placed left to right of the entrance, mirroring each other, framing the door. They're gatekeepers. Entrance to the sacred. I don't think they know what happened here because he repainted it white. What'd you say, Lemon? Hold on. Look at the emails that came out. What about a phoenix? It would match the symbolism, maybe. Let's see if we know what the birds were on the temple. Some people say they appear to be owls. The positioning, they're diagonal opposite corners facing outward. This mirrors. Okay. It mirrors a bird. Hold on, let me see. That's what it is. I really don't think that it's I think it's these birds. It's an Egyptian thing. I don't think it's owls. I think it's these. Because you can see these little hairs coming off the top of its head. You see that? You see that? Like a phoenix. You see? Cockatoos, yeah. But yeah, I think this ties into the phoenix. I don't think it ties into owls. That doesn't look like an owl to me. An owl's, head turns like a thing, but yeah. Parrots and cows. I you're thinking cockatoos. You think phoenix? I really do think it's a phoenix as well. Like, I don't even see big. So this one's looking directly at us, and that one I can't see eyes on it. Let me see if I can get better pictures. Do I have a better image? Yeah, it's definitely not owls. This is why this is why I don't listen to people. No offense to some in here. Some people were coming in here and they were like, no, it's 100% an owl. That's not an owl. You can clearly see the beak and everything on here. Yeah, definitely not cows either. Yeah. So it's some sort of cockatoo. Yeah. Some sort of cockatoo type bird. But like a dasha, flying down to more esoteric sectors. What is a dasha? I don't see it like that. Let's see. Yeah, lots of people are saying cockatoo, and there's two. Parrots are associated with Hinduism, with the gods of whatever, two of their gods, who are gods for love and desire. You gotta be freaking kidding me. So that's probably what they are. That's another thing. Could be associated with Horus. But yeah, it's probably leaning in this direction. I wonder if that's what's sitting on the ground. So you see that? So I wonder if let's see. I wonder if maybe that's what that is. That looks like horse legs right here. You're thinking Poseidon? Thinking Apollo? Well, there's two of them. There's another one that's over here hid behind the tree. It's a half man, half horse. Centaurs, maybe. One of those Fantasia characters. You talking about these things? Talking about these guys? But yeah, I can see more like centaurs by chance. Pan god? Thinking griffin? Some kind of demon. No one knows. Man. Look up Griffin? I'll look up Griffin. Okay. Maybe. Let me go back to it. No, see, that looks like an arm right here. And then that looks like a head to me. I don't think it's wings. And it's something, to me, it's something like horse legs. You see how the knee bends forward? Now there's two of these creatures. Definitely centaur, you can tell by the hoofs on it. Sagittarius, let's see. Okay, maybe Sagittarius. See a lot of y'all thinking centaur. They're common in Greek mythology and astrology. What's the human-like figure behind it? So it is just one creature, but there's also another one that's up here, and you can see the same thing. I'm wondering if it's Sagittarius. What island? The island. The island. Yeah, the left hand is coming out. So I'm wondering if it's like pulling back a bow. The one behind the tree is more masculine, yeah. You're thinking trident. I don't see a trident though. Chariot? Like, You're talking like this? Nah, I mean, I don't. You're thinking trident like that? I don't think so. Look in the blue line. Yeah, I was seeing that. I don't know what the heck that is. Oh. Give me a second. This. Oh, you dumb thing. That's the closest I can zoom. Actually, it is holding a trident. You are correct. So what holds a trident? Horse uses a trident too. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Oh, you mean with the cockatoos? Okay. Horse and now a trident. Yeah, it's not Poseidon because it has horse legs. All right, hold on a second. No, it wouldn't be Poseidon. Okay, hold on. I think I found it. I bet this is it. Y'all ready? This. So this is a word that I'm not even going to try to spell. So this is half human, half front legs. They hold a trident or weapon. And they're associated with sea gods. They are companions of Poseidon. So, Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm writing all this out, so just give me a minute, y'all. Give me a second. Dang it. Need to make that way bigger. Give me a good bit. This just helps chat. Ignore my shaky hand. Okay. 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 There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's see. So pick 3. Watch that say his island, right? So this is one of the most symbol heavy structures on the entire island. Well, no duh. So it said all that's loaded with meaning. All right, let's go. The horse name, that's the Poseidon centaur thing, which is half man, half fish with horns. These things don't show up randomly anywhere. Historically, they represent gatekeepers to forbidden knowledge, creatures that live between two worlds, messengers of the deep, custodians of nations in ancient mystery cults. They were literally carved outside bathhouses, temples, or spaces were supposed to not enter unless initiated. Okay, so a lot of that makes sense. You won't put those at a beach house. You put them in a ritual spot. Everybody following? So all right. Number 2, the birds on top. They're either a phoenix or a cockatoo. I can't pinpoint. So if it's a phoenix, it represents resurrection, purification by fire, rebirth of the self, and immortality. If they're cockatoos, then they're messenger birds or watchbirds. Cockatoos or watchbirds. I guarantee that's what it is. I bet they're cockatoos. So it's not an owl, dude. Night bird. It's not an owl. I've shown this. You can literally see a beak on there. So, let's see. The combo is Sea Guardians below, Sky Guardians above. That makes sense. Okay. That's what that is. Blue and white stripes. This is not Middle Eastern. This is Egyptian temple striping. Symbols of Isis shrines or Osiris funerary chambers. This means protection from outside forces, concealing what's inside. That's an interesting one. It is also the veil between physical and spiritual. No telling what the heck happened in this place now that this is coming out. It's above, below, again, duality. So this is striking because Egypt used this specifically for magical chambers. Blue equals water and sky. White equals purity, illumination. The combo was used in the path between the worlds. The ground symbols, let's see. Labyrinth, snake, square inside a square. Let's see. So this is a big one. Square inside a square. This is the inner chamber symbol. Okay. I didn't know that. The maze is a ritual purification, walking meditation test before entering the chamber. That makes sense now. Look at this. Look at the. Oh, wait. Yeah, y'all should be able to see. Yeah. Yeah, y'all can see where I'm pointing. Look at the middle, and then go side to side. Look how it mirrors each other. It's just a mirror of each. It's a mirror of your side. What's that? Freedom Runner. So this is a mirror thing. Then move inward. Wow, it actually when I describe the path to it, you ready for this? Move inward, wander the path, reach the next chamber, repeat. Freedom said I was trying to explain it, having to do with the inner peace with Egypt. Okay, appreciate it. Man, I'm so glad I finally figured out these things. The fire pit behind is purification before entering a secret place. Those are why they're outside. That's why a fire pit's out there. That's why a fire pit's out there. You walk, so it sits directly behind the labyrinth, meaning you walk the pattern, you reach the fire purification, then you ascend steps, and then you reach the door. So that's a full-blown ritual progression. 5 rows of steps equals five stages. The same number is used in Egyptian mysteries, so a lot of Egyptian stuff here. You also have the Mason, Rosicrucian degrees, the 5 points of fellowship, the 5 initiatory levels of ancient mystery cults. So the number 5 equals transition, gate, and accession. By the way, did you know that no beach houses uses 5 steps? Did you know that? That's interesting. ChatGPT wanted to make sure that I understood this is not a living place or a decorative hut, and it's not a random island prop. So, path sequence: 2 sea guardians, walk the labyrinth, reach purification fire, pass sky guardians, ascend 5 steps, enter the striped veil chamber through a gate-shaped door. The Mystery School Symbolism from 2,000 years of temple architecture. Interesting. Fire and water, earth. The temple was a portal, and then statues were the guards. You're killing me, bro. Look up the corporate. Okay. Give me a minute to pronunciate that. I have like 50 tabs open. Actually, a lot more. Would you say corpus? I got it. You ain't got to say it again. Corpus hermeticum? Oh, would you just send me down? Is a collection of 17 Greek writings. So, is a collection of mystical and philosophical texts from the 1st to 3rd centuries attributed to the figure Hermes, whatever. These writings presented as dialogues and sermons discussing cosmology, interesting, creation, the nature of God, and the path to spiritual knowledge or gnosis. Huh. Look at you, Idol. Idol, how much of this did you know, like, before, like, with the symbols and stuff? Esoteric. Catamaran and wish I could have went to the land to see the place for myself. 10% I'm learning here too, right? I'm glad that we're pulling this together. Idol, here's the thing. It's going to be on, like, I have this over on YouTube, so we can, like, watch this again. The thing is it's 5 hours and 45 minutes long so far. Making you engage your brain, right? I can't even talk anymore. This like, we have done excellent work. I haven't heard anybody. There's been no one who's been able to describe this place like we have tonight. You know, we went through the sundial. We've gone through this temple, the symbols outside. I've never heard anybody say what this symbol's in. I've only seen, and don't take this wrong, but I've seen just people say, oh, those mean, you know, the small ones. No, that doesn't mean that. You're on the 3rd Red Bull. You know, the tunnels that we found. So, had to speed it up to 50% listening speed. Dude, have fun with that, Sam. Sam, you made me wonder where my other Samantha went to. She was a big time follower for a while, and then she just dipped. You have to be up in 3 hours. Look, Jamie, here, look. Look, let me give you a written notice. Telling your job, hey, look, War Deadpool was into a really, really great deep discussion. Can't do it anywhere. Imagine the structures underground. Ooh, great point. Like, good grief, could you imagine if I was to break this down in a TikTok video? This would be something that would be like a, you know, 20 pages. I mean, 20 TikToks of 20 minutes each. What's happening? Oh, Gabby, you need to hit rewind. Are you going to post this full video? Yeah, so Des, right when I shut this down, the full video goes up. You think they have multiple meanings? They very well could. 5 gods kind of combined and all intertwined, but all worship through Ra. You only if you're in the direction of how Idol Smasher is thinking over here. By the way, Idol Smasher, you got to leave that name. I think that name's awesome. I don't know. I found this on my FYP, but this was right up the alley. Glad I passed by it, right? like I mean, we're really good. What's up, Warlord? Thank you so much for the gifts. By the way, thank you, Jamie, Sarah, Uniquely Me, Hippopotamus, Quantum, Miss. Thank you so much, Miss Square or MS Square. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been good to see you. Thank you for the guest, by the way. Thank you, Diane, Reed, Nikki, Mabu, Jen, Sam, Gracie, Jess. Got 173,000 likes. Thank y'all so much. I want to know why they haven't searched Zero Ranch. Oh, Zaro. I know what you're saying. I can't talk right now. Yeah, I might do another live on that. We sure as heck have some great thinking sessions for sure. Yeah, we have. This is why I like having people in here. Greetings, Oli. Why the fake doors? I think that they changed their building at times. I could tell this. Trying to find it. So they changed the building at times. I think this is like what they were trying to say is like a gateway type deal. But your real path is in this back, behind the veil, under the veil. Thank you, Mesh. The weirdest statue on top of the building kind of looked like the white bird from Rio. Oh, yeah. What is the outer shape with these walls or whatever these are? What is the outer shape? Are you talking these symbols? The contractor told news outlet that door was made to keep people inside. Okay. So again, a gate. Mish. Thank you. No, so all of that, Ollie, like you're that's on it. That was on another part of the island. It's just DUI test, no joke. He's a cockatoo though. What did Idol Smasher say? Those are your people doing what? What are you talking about? 101. After what I learned on the city island, I got lots of work to do. Agreed. Look, let me explain something. I'm not even trying to defend. Where's 101's comment? Hold on. What? 101. I'm not even trying to defend. Okay? Like no. You think of blue and white because you do. You know, like you try to connect it there. You're like Candy is. You know, like you just want to push that direction. You know? Like I just went through an insanely deep thought of why this ties into Egyptian thing. All you have is a blue and white building. You know? Like, come on, 101. You gotta chill with this hate. Like, dude, I definitely don't like Hamas. I definitely don't like ISIS, okay? But I don't sit here and tie them to anything that's remotely bad, just to. You know, like, not everything bad is associated with all the other bad. Unless you're wanting to call it the devil and the devil. But, like, come on. There was 2 chambers inside. Like, dude, we haven't even got inside of this place yet. That meaning us tonight in this. You think I'm uneducated? Anybody in here? I'm going to ask a question. Press 1 if this has been one of your most educated lives that you've seen besides all my other type of lives. Or press 2 if you want to sit here and agree with, I'm insanely uneducated to know what the Kabbalah is. Like do you know, like you just saying the word Kabbalah is like, dude, that's like the spit on the bottom of my foot. Like that's how low it is. Right? But yeah, this is wild though. I was going at it with them also. Oh, good grief. Appreciate you on the up. Wasn't there a horseman looking thing in the opening ceremony? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Dude, so, Mama, I still think I have that video tied to my TikTok, by the way. Hold on. I'm almost positive I still have that pinned on my, Nope. I'll pin it back. By the way, when everybody leaves tonight, if you don't mind, the video that I made now was last night, 6 hours ago. If you don't mind, please go watch that video all the way. Make a comment of what tonight's live, like you felt was like the most entertaining or whatever. Because it'll just help boost the algorithm. Thank you so much. 179,000 likes. Let's go. Now Google what those shells were. Yeah, I am going to, because I think I'm about to get off of here. So, but yeah, that will be the next part. Was it a Trojan horse? I can't remember. Laughing at Idol. I mentioned way earlier. Tying the blue and the white together. Let's see. I'm just reading at y'all's comments, seeing what else y'all are saying. Is your brain mush yet after all these hours? Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, it's this is where it is very important. Like some people, when they get into learning about societies, they only want to do, or not only, but they learn about just a fraction of like one of the societies, and they think that it's tied into all the rest of the societies around the world, and it's not. Is there fractions sometimes that are? Yeah. Is there copycat stuff? Yeah, sure. Especially when you pull in, astronomy type stuff, or what is it? Cosmology, things like that. Sure. Yeah. But, when you get to symbols, the way they're decorated, the way that certain things are used, you have a cockatoo, you have an owl. There's a lot of different things, You know, like here we were thinking centaur, but then greatly, some of y'all were like, dude, that is literally a trident in that hand, and y'all kept telling me to zoom in. Once we did, bam, pull all the pieces together. It's not a centaur. It's actually a creature from the sea, So there's a lot of differences, from society to society. Like I really want to list off a whole bunch of names, but I'm really being chill because I think I'm about to get off here in 5 minutes, and I really want to have this video saved. But you have where there's yeah, I won't name the societies, but you have the man, never mind, I won't even name them. There's like 5 societies in my head that are top notch, and people think that they're tied together, and they're just, again, they're at a fraction. Next time I go live, we'll do it. Two cockatoo statues are also located in the amphitheater in a picture I saw. Yeah, amphitheaters, depending on which one you go to. But yeah. What's up, Ashley? But the 1/3 man represents Inca. They have so many symbols and cartoons. Yeah. Have you seen the 1992 Barcelona Olympics openings? I have not. Maybe I have. I had to have been doing Symbolism then. Because how long ago? That was 30 years ago. I would have been doing. That's when I was tied in with the group of. How many of y'all know what type of like people I used to hang around with? I don't know what time I'm going to be live tomorrow. What is tomorrow? I'm not sure. Send me a message if you're wondering something. Like if you're wanting to do like a hangout or go through stuff again. Yeah, I can see that volcano activity. Yeah, today's Wednesday. Yeah, so tomorrow night, yeah, I think I'll do a live again. I really need to get into doing a live at like 4:30 or something. Yeah. DUA. What's DUA? Appreciate it, Den. Oh, yeah, that's cool, Nightbird. When my house is not cleaned and things are not done for Thanksgivings, I'm going to blame it on you. Yes, so, hold on. So, I can say it now that you said that. My name over there is the exact same. If you did a search for me right over there, you would see my name. So if anybody wants to go to what Phoenix just said, I don't know what your name is, but the pinned comment right there, that place, my name is the exact same. It's War Deadpool. I'd love to show you, but it's not going to be allowed here. But yeah, definitely go and join it. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to get Nope, that's gonna... This is... Yeah, that's about as much as I can show. So that's exactly how it is. If you want to go and join over there, feel free. So... I didn't realize I had 111 videos over there. Thanks, Illuminate Matrix. Just joined. Let's go. Oh, I'm not even looking at 101 anymore. Once that person was trying to talk about the Kabbalah, how I didn't know that, like, that was just like, okay, we're done discussing, like, why do I need to have a conversation with anybody anymore? Like, could you imagine if someone sat there and said, you know, hey, Lord Deadpool, you don't know what 5 + 5 is. You know, it'd be like, we're done. Like, I'm not even going to talk to you about the Fibonacci sequence. Like, if that's how low your brain goes, you're not even worth my time. I'm not trying to be mean on that. I'm being blunt honest. You know? Like, no. Not after all the type of work that I just did. Fibonacci sequence is fascinating. Do you know that so some people know this, but my nickname in high school and all for a long time of doing a lot of things all the way up into photography, I had the nickname Fibonacci. So it's because of the number process that I go into with it. Like tying it into the golden ratio is just like really, really cool when you get to that point. So, you know, it's not something that's just a spiral, you know. Spiral out, definitely. You know, I love spiraling. Shoot, that's what we've been doing tonight is spiraling. So, yeah. Definitely, man. I appreciate all of y'all being in here. Yeah, I did not think that this life was going to go this direction. But yeah, I mean, this was a fantastic life. I can't wait to put this up again. We covered a ton of ground. Like, what is cool is that we finally understood these symbols. That's something I've questioned for 5 years now. You know, I didn't realize that I thought when I went through here on the timeline of this island, I thought that it was I thought it was just like buildings being added on top. Never realized that you could see these tunnels and how many of them there were. You know, I knew there was a sundial, but I thought the sundial was just a regular stinking sundial. That was it. I hate saying this, but I knew that the island was sick. Okay. Now maybe it's subconsciously it was like, look, WDP, you don't want to go there, because I don't like thinking about that type of stuff. So, but what I thought I knew Like before tonight's live, what I thought I knew wasn't even the scratch of the surface of what I know now. And as someone said earlier, if we're sitting here seeing this on top, can you imagine what's inside of the tunnels? Could you imagine what else big time stuff there is? In a couple months, I'll be back. You will? Okay. Well, I appreciate you one-on-one watching me so much. I thought he was just, yeah, like that is kind of how my mind was. Like I thought there was like a little bit more to it, but this went like way deeper. I don't think. I wonder how many people have actually gone this deep-minded, like we have tonight. So why does the ocean look like this? Because of imagery. So that's just from satellite images, sometimes overlapped. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know how many people have actually gone deep into this, because the reason why is I haven't heard one person say what those symbols were, and that's something that I searched. Like there's a lot like when you search what's the birds on side of the temple, they'll say owls. Like there was only one place that I saw that said cockatoos, and that's because I actually put the word in. You know. But yeah, I haven't seen it. Feel free. Like if someone has already like figured out the symbols, man, I'm going to be so like I'm going to be upset that I never found a person that could do that. So never seen anyone that does what you did. I appreciate that, Tulip. But it takes y'all too, you know. Like y'all were saying cockatoos. Y'all were saying, you know, the centaurs, you know. So, like, I mean, we have been working together. So, as much as y'all appreciate me, I appreciate y'all, because now I'm going to be, you know, diving into this, you know, probably hardcore for the rest of the week. Who knows what else, you know, I may discover, what you may discover. Just tuning in, what was found? This island. Like they're just so Dub, go join over there on the other channel and watch the rewind of 6 hours of this. You'll be blown away when we really get in, when it gets into it. No. This is what we were just talking about. So Corey, no, this was on another level, man. No, I haven't done the ranch. We'll do that on another night. Dude, I'd love to. How much did they sell that island for? Give me a second. Give me I got so many notes all over the place. I don't know. But yeah, anyhow, let's go buy it. Let's go buy it. Dig into it. Tell the world what happened. Yeah, so the blue and white building is Egyptian stuff. Right. Let's all just chip in 50 cents. That's it. That's it. But yeah. The activity was so evil on the island. It may be too risky. 222 for you. So, did we reach 200,000 likes? Let's go. Y'all are awesome. I greatly appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for doing that. Winter's got an idea. Jackie, throwing in the quarry. Let's go. Thank you so much, Jackie. I greatly do appreciate that. Thank you, Gina and Tori and Monkey. Nothing but the spicy. Yeah, so Dub, this was really cool. What all we found out. Zoom back in. We're going 300. I'm about to go to bed. Like, all right. With that said, I am going to go to bed. But if you don't mind, before you leave, if you don't mind, go watch my video that I made 6 hours ago that's talking about this island. Go watch that. Make a comment of 5 words or more. I don't care what you say. Or take a screenshot, post it in the comments, hit the like, save it, share it. It just boosts in the algorithm. Do that, and I appreciate it. So if you don't want to do that, it's okay. Definitely want to say to everyone, I greatly appreciate you. We work together as a team. I don't want anybody ever to sit here and think that I do all of this work. I don't. Y'all who stay in this life, you see that we're a team working together. So I appreciate that. You can watch it over on the the other platform that starts with a Y. You can watch it over there. It's on Rewind. It's the exact same name as here. So, but yeah, I appreciate y'all. I hope everyone has a wonderful and blessed night. Do not live in fear, because if you live in fear, you die several times in your life. If you do not live in fear, you only die one time. Everyone, thank you so much. Have a wonderful, blessed, and amazing night. I'm going to bed. Night, night.